We have reached the big final in the FTX Road to Miami, the first out of 2 tournaments in our FTX Summer of Chess. And today we're launching a new challenge. It's called the Crypto Cup Challenge. And I'm actually going to challenge Simon now right away. So the rules in the challenge is you have 30 seconds to name as many grandmasters as possible. You have to say the whole name. You can't just say Howell. You'll have to say David Howell.
Okay.
And I'll try to count how many you can do. Are you ready, Simon?
Okay, this has been thrown upon me, but I'll give it a go. Thanks for this. Stitch up time. Let's
ready,
go.
Set, go.
Garry Kasparov, Anatoly Karpov, Tigran Petrosian, Nigel Short, John Ems, Julian Hodgson, Peter Wells, Mark Hedman, Keith Arkell, David Howe, Simon Williams. Come on, there's more than that. There's more than that. Alexander Grishchuk, Dubov. What's his first name? I don't know. Oh no, this is really, really bad. There's more. I'm thrown.
Time's up.
Oh, that was terrible.
7. I counted 7. We'll double check.
So bad.
7 grandmasters. And today we're going to challenge all of you as well to name as many grandmasters as you can. And of course, we're going to follow the big final in the FTX Road to Miami. Welcome, everyone.
There we go. The avalanche continues.
Oh, what's happening on the bar?
3 seconds.
1 second.
Has to make a move.
Wow.
These guys are maniacs. Incredible game.
Pure panic from Shakria.
He's going to show the checkmate to us.
Wow.
Why did he give up this pawn?
Panic.
This diagonal, and he has.
I can't believe he's done that.
The players are so lost.
He's just blundered.
He's lost his rook.
And it's over. Dingli Ren, his first smile so far in the tournament. Welcome, everyone, to day 7 in FTX Road to Miami. My counting, apparently, is very off. 12 grandmasters is what you did, Simon. But you know, there is a grandmaster named
it was
Magnus Carlsen, Levon, and Neronian.
Come on! Come on! This is not how I want to start my weekend, thank you. It was at least 15 as well. Everyone else count 15 there? I counted 15.
You remember David Howell, Grandmaster David Howell, here.
I didn't remember the world champion. Like, what's going on? I was like, yeah, this is just totally thrown upon me. That was just cruel.
It was when you named yourself, Simon. That's when it all
Yeah, that's when it fell apart.
You're too proud of yourself.
Well, I thought, hang on a minute, is he a Grandmaster really? I'm not sure. So, yeah. But,
well, Grandmaster David Howell, I'll give an easy challenge to you. What are the names of the 2 finalists?
The 2 finalists are Levon Neronian and Wei Yi from China.
And who is the favorite, Jovanka, to win the final?
You know, I'm going to say Levon Iranian. I kind of believe in science. I do remember that when Levon Iranian beat... No, I forgot. My mind has gone blank. But when he won the gold Mani Asian Rapid, he played Arjun Erigaisi in the quarterfinals. And yeah, he won then, and he went all the way to the finals, and he won that as well. So I reckon that is a sign, and he's the favourite.
Yeah. How about you, David? Who do you hold as the favourite? Levon really has looked sharp over the last few days.
Yeah, it's not just the fact that Levon's looked sharp recently, it's just the fact he seems to be stepping up a gear every single day. In the prelims, he really struggled. Remember, he lost the first 2 games of this whole tournament. But it just feels like he's finding that next gear, finding that next level. And Wei Yi will be a tough opponent, so sharp tactically, but Levon's got to be the favourite.
Now, he did face Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the semi-final yesterday, and Duda has been excellent in the tour so far this season. Actually, yesterday, if he had a good day, he could overtake Magnus Carlsen as the #1 ranked player in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Now, the only problem was he was facing the great Levon Iranian.
Wow, he's given us a check.
I think things are going wrong for him because...
Why is he giving up that pawn?
Yeah.
Why? I mean, you don't want to give up that pawn, do you? That's your pride and joy.
And now, once the white king moves, black's pawn can run. Everything's defended for black.
Yeah.
Black has cut off the white king on the 4th rank. White's king cannot retreat. It's a matter of technique. Duda's unhappy here. The black king could just move in, and it's going to guide its pawn forward. This is a simple win now.
Wow. He's let the clock run down.
Yeah.
Iranian takes the first point.
We can see that white has a knight, black only has one pawn in return.
Wei Yi, I think he's pretty precise, actually. You know, he doesn't seem phased, and he just seems to be getting better and better, actually.
Yeah, this one, I think what he's done is beautiful. He's checking the black king back. Rapport, I think, might resign any moment. And there we go. White's extra knight decides this game.
Wei Yi reaches his first final in the Untitled Champions Chess Tour.
And
Goes for it immediately.
He wants blood.
Impatient.
I thought this
Duda.
wasn't possible. I thought that, you know, the check.
Oh!
What is this? The bar
Look at
just-
that.
He gives up his queen, Duda.
Yeah, wow.
Wow.
Desperation.
I mean,
He only has 2 knights for that queen.
Wow.
Problem is, he's still getting attacked. The survival won't last much longer.
And another one comes. Oh,
It's just blow after blow after blow.
relentless
Just
stuff here.
Yeah, it's like you're punching your opponent while he's already on the floor.
Such a brutal game.
It is. Yeah.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda loses in 26 move. Levon Neronian is ready for the final, his first final this season in the Untitled Champions Chess Tour. Was a brutal finish to that match. Levon Neronian winning the final game in only 25 moves. That's rare to see on this level.
Yeah, it was very surprising. The manner as well. It was just brutal. And Levon, he held no prisoners there, no mercy for Duda. It's just about whether he can keep that up today. I don't think he'll get the chance to win so many games in quick, brutal fashion because Wei Yi is so kind of sharp and because Wei Yi will spot those tactics coming a mile away. But Levon, it has shown that he is in top form right now.
And Wei Yi has definitely been in increased form during the tournament. He made it through in 8th place in the preliminaries, but in the quarterfinals, he knocked out the winner of the preliminaries, Samuel Sevian, and in yesterday's semifinals, Wei Yi, he won the match against Richard Rapport, now ready to face Levon Neronian. And what kind of styles, David, is up against each other in the big final?
So 2 players who really like playing with the initiative, with the momentum behind them. Wei Yi, recently he's become more universal, but he has always been an attacker.
Okay.
Very direct, trying to trick his opponent from an early stage. Levon, maybe a bit more classical. He likes to occupy the center, he likes everything to flow nicely, but I think in the endgame, that's where his advantages will lie.
Okay, this sounds like it could be an entertaining kind of match.
Will definitely be entertaining. Both these players love blood. They love to go for the win.
Fantastic. All right, well, definitely we are in for a fun day. And as we have mentioned before, the final will be played over 2 days. So first of all, a match today, best out of 4 rapid games. Either we have a winner or they tie this first match. The final match will be played tomorrow, again, best out of 4 rapid games. And if both matches, if they are tied after 2 matches, then the whole final will be decided in tie breaks with Blitz and potentially Armageddon. But today, best out of 4 rapid games. And as we have mentioned, we're also going to challenge all of you today in our Crypto Cup challenge. Name as many Grandmasters as you can in only 30 seconds. And here is an example of how it's done.
Magnus Carlsen, Jan-Krzysztof, Jan-Krzysztof, Timur Rotyabov, Kasparov, Karpov, Fischer, Spassky, Petrosian, Tal, Anders, Caruana, Pomnashi, Dubov, Naroditsky, Nakamura, Karyakin, Vidic.
There we have it. That was quite a lot. And actually, we just realized we gave a tougher challenge to Simon because you don't have to say the full name. It's enough with the last name. How many could you have done, Simon?
Total stitch up.
Yeah.
Total stitch up. Total fraud you had on there. Naming the second names. I mean, you said I had to name the whole name, the middle name, you know, and I just got done in there. I would have got at least 30, you know, easily had I just gone for surnames. Probably 31 actually.
We'll
yeah.
surprise challenge you again at some point, Simon, when you only have to say one name. the last name.
Okay, let's wait a little bit first, yeah. Give me a little bit of a breather.
But Jovanka, if our viewers want to participate in the challenge, how can they do that?
Yeah, and of course you can challenge yourself or your friends to do this Crypto Cup challenge. And you can tweet your video using the hashtag ChessChamps and also second hashtag Crypto Cup Challenge, and we will feature them on the show, and I'm looking forward to seeing how many you can do. It's not easy to come up with names. It's harder than you think on the spur of the moment. It's surprising how quickly the mind goes blank. So looking forward to seeing what you guys come up with, and especially who will get the record.
I know. Can't wait. And of course you can do it in selfie mode, filming yourself, or maybe you just go and surprise a friend like we did with Simon, and let's see how many grandmasters they can name. Now, later today, we will be joined by another grandmaster in the show, Maurice Ashley, the American grandmaster, joining us. He is coming out with a chessable course soon, so we'll talk about that, but also a little bit about the state of American chess. And after game one, Meltwater is joining to reveal the social media leaderboard for the FTX Road to Miami. And remember, it is best out of 4 rapid games in the final. Today, we're going to follow every single move in the big final between Levon Neronian and his opponent, Wei Yi. And let's head into the play zone. We started out with 16 players. Only 2 of them are left. Wei Yi playing at midnight in China, and Levon Neronian under the American flag, but currently in Armenia, making his way towards India for the Olympiad later this month. It's going to be 8 o'clock for Levon when he starts his game. And we did talk to both of these players yesterday after they won their semi-final matches. Levon Neronian, again, looking forward to today's match.
You know, once we get to the final, normally the appetite is there. And I'm looking forward to this interesting match. So far it has been entertaining, and I think my play is improving. So we'll see how it goes.
I think I will sleep soon because I feel very tired after the games. Yes.
Sounds like a good
plan. Then maybe do some preparation.
How hungry are you to get that win?
At some point, I'm not sure if it was, I think he was not kind of allowed to play or something like that. I mean, of course, he's been an established player of the elite for so many years that most of the people forget that he's only 23 years old.
Yeah. Levon Neronian facing another young one, the 23-year-old Wei. Do you agree with Levon that it is actually hard to forget that Wei is only 23?
Yeah, it's a really strange situation because he became a grandmaster in his early teens. He got to 2,700 at 15 years old. I think maybe the youngest player in history to achieve that 2,700 mark. And here we are 8 years later, still over 2,700, but he hasn't played as much as some of the other kind of elite players. He doesn't get invitations to these all-play-alls, these round-robin tournaments over the board so much. And of course, due to the pandemic, he can't travel over the last couple of years. So a really strange situation. Clearly one of the most talented players in the world. It's just about hitting that next level for him. Maybe this will be a bit of a breakthrough event.
And making it to the final. Both Levon Neronian and Wei Yi have qualified for the major in August, which will take place in Miami, the FTX Crypto Cup. And we did hear Wei Yi yesterday. He was very excited about that. And he definitely said he was going to try to travel out of China and make it to Miami to play with Magnus Carlsen and the other top players in the world. Levon Neronian, he's been having some very nice tweets and nice words about his opponents these past days.
He's been feeling very generous with his words and his tweets. And as always, he tweeted honored to be in the final. finals and excited to visit Miami for the first time ever in August. Next 2 days are the finals against yet another brilliant youngster, Wei Yi. And it says it all, you know, he's been feeling very kind and it's been setting him up for some great chess. Absolutely. And it's nice to see such sportsmanship. And here we are.
Speaking of sportsmanship.
I mean, he's dressed in his basketball shirt.
Should really put some pants on. I mean, come on. I mean, that is the ultimate chilled out look, isn't it? You can't get more chilled out than that.
He is definitely chilled out, Levon Neronian, but that has seemed to be a recipe for success. I think actually I remember this from, you mentioned Gold Money Asian Rapid that he won last year. He did shift into sort of a sporty outfit kind of look when he won it.
It's his kind of lucky jersey, I have to say. You know, when he has a fair few of those as well, and different colours. And there we are. The players have kicked off, and we are seeing the C-pawn move 2 squares forward, which is a tribute to us. I'm going to take it. It's called the English opening.
Yay!
Yeah, the English opening. And how will Wei Yi react to this? Okay, the black knight comes out. White gets ready to fianchetto his bishop on the G2 square. Very flexible, and we might be transposing into some kind of Catalan opening. Here we go. Black's set up this kind of Queen's Gambit declined structure. Black structure in the centre of the board, rock solid. And what will Levon Neronian do here? If white castles his king, and if black does the same, then big question, do you go into the Catalan or do you play this kind of really flexible system where you just guard your pawn, getting ready to fianchetto the other bishop now? I like it, but it's very ambitious, provocative by white.
And there's a big question for Wei Yi now. You know, what plan is he going to be adopting? Because there are several possibilities. You know, he can step forward with his d pawn 1 square, grab lots of space. He can also put another pawn on the 5th row, put his c-pawn 2 squares forward, or alternatively, he can just simply try to develop the dark light-squared bishop. So I'm kind of curious. I've heard kind of that the critical move is actually to expand in the centre, grab the space. But is that in fashion?
It's not massively in fashion these days. Normally, when black sets up like this, black's happy to be very solid. Wei Yi, he is quite an ambitious player, so I wouldn't be surprised to see black try and gain some space to try and expand as much as possible with those black pawns. But yeah, I mean, the fact that he's even thinking right now Wei Yi means he's probably going to go towards a more solid option. There we go. Just copying white, getting ready to put black's light square bishop on a nice square. Meanwhile, the white bishops in this type of position do offer quite a lot of long-term potential. Yeah, I mean, it's just a nice, quiet start to the game, really.
Yeah.
Simon, what do you think of this choice?
Yeah, I used to play this when I first started out playing chess, this system as white. I gave up quickly because I really didn't enjoy it, actually, because it is very slow, positional, safe, and manoeuvring. And I think we can see that that's, I think, quite a clever tactic from Iranian against someone like Wei Yi. He's got much more experience, the age, the playing, more games. So I think he wants to, you know, not go into something too quickly, not get something incredibly sharp, but more of a slow pace manoeuvring game where he can use that experience to maybe get some positional advantages. So I think that's his strategy from the opening he's played, and it makes a lot of sense to me just to develop quietly and wait for the action to occur later on in the game.
Yeah, white just steps a pawn forward there, getting ready to kind of create a nice square for the queen. The white queen normally sits on the square that white pawn used to sit on the e2 square. And as Simon said, lots of manoeuvring ahead. He's settling in for the long grind here, Iranian. And Wei Yi already thinking a little bit. Normally he's quite fast in the opening. Yeah, maybe it's because he's uncomfortable, or maybe he just didn't expect this type of approach from Levon. Levon's secret to success so far in this tournament has been being quite direct, playing very quickly on the clock, which we're seeing in this game as well, but also going for quite direct plans, or at least provoking the opponent. Maybe quite rare openings. This one is more common, but also just a slower type of position.
So playing as fast as Levon has been doing over the last few days, is that a sign of him being very well prepared? He spent some time all day prepared. He knows what he wants to play, or is it, as we always talk about, his intuition just being on point?
Yeah, I think it's a mix of both. Levon's been playing a lot of what we call systems, where You can just kind of play your first 10 moves on autopilot. You know exactly what you're going to do, irrespective, no matter what your opponent does. So in a way, you can kind of do that with white here as well. You can just put the white queen on the e2 square, bring the white knight out from the left side of the board, centralize the white rooks, and then you start thinking. So although this is a quieter type of position, I mean, we've just seen move 8 from white. I could definitely envisage a situation where we're at move 15 and Levon still has the same time on the clock, just because his next few moves are quite straightforward. It's up to black to initiate, to maybe fight back in the centre. So, yeah, decent choice of opening. And your other point there, Kaja, just instinct. Levon's instincts have been great. He's calculated when he needs to calculate. He stops for 2 or 3 minutes here and there. But in general, instinctively just playing the moves as quickly as he can.
It's a sign of confidence as well, isn't it? I mean, when you're playing quickly, it's generally a good sign that you're in form. I think a lot of players like this, you know, if you're playing a bit stuttery, you're slowing down, it means you're not confident. And, well, we see Wei Yi playing one of the more critical options there. But I think this just shows that Iranian is in top form. And it's clear that he is on great form during this tournament, hence why he's probably the favourite of this match. But I guess, Jovanka, we've sort of seen this kind of setup a fair few times, haven't we?
Yeah, we have seen it hundreds of times. Again, moving the queen to the square, maybe not the most popular, but still, you know, hundreds of games have been played. And Wei Yi continuing with a very natural plan of development. And Levon Neronian, with that rook move, is getting ready to instigate some action in the centre. The one thing I really like about Wei Yi is OK, here it is how much tea he drinks. And he does it in such a civilized way as well. You know, whenever there's a decision to be made, cheers. He drinks a sip.
It's China and England, the big tea countries.
Yeah, and India as well.
India as well,
yeah.
big on tea. And Brazil as well, I think, is big on tea.
Isn't it? Maybe
it's just the rest of the world that is just off.
Actually, I think the most popular drink in the world is tea.
Is it?
Yeah.
It is more popular
because I
than
thought
coffee.
I was being super healthy and being super kind to the world, but no, there's a lot of...
More popular than beer?
It can't be.
Than
Can't
water?
be, surely. Surely not. Water? Yeah, water's pretty...
Tea takes water, so I guess water is out of...
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I thought, anyway, the tea plantations are not great when it comes to the environmental record. And then I thought, OK, now I need to make a special effort there. But OK, we see our players getting ready for critical moment, and Wei Yi plays a slightly unusual move. Again, only been played 10 times, and it's actually to put the queen on this particular square. It's much more natural to step it up one square, connecting the rooks. But OK, here we have a change.
Yeah, and this is quite a common idea in a very similar position, where instead of white's queen coming out, white's rook coming across, if white's queenside knight, the knight on the left side of the board, had developed instead, then this is actually black's most trendy move, putting the queen on this square. The idea is that the queen won't get hit. Black's rook simply wants to slide across to the square where the black queen previously sat. And also, the fact that the black queen and the light squared bishop are lined up together means that often the black light squared bishop's actually going to move to the a6 square. And, yeah, I mean, this is a very common idea, maybe not in this exact position, but Wei Yi's just trying to use pattern recognition to kind of realise, OK, he's been surprised. Now there is maximum tension in the centre, and black is decently prepared for this, I think. We will see a trade of one set of pawns, most likely right now. Yeah, it's a really interesting choice by Iranian.
Have you noticed something weird about one of their cameras? Anyone see what's going on in the background? It seems to be, I reckon, Wei Yi's got some ghosts in the house.
What?
The light is flickering, it's going on and off. So have you seen it? It's gone a bit bright, it goes a bit dark.
Really?
It could be that mood lighting again. I think so, unless I'm just seeing things, which is entirely possible.
Slightly darker there.
Yeah, that mood lighting is the
yeah,
theme, isn't it? So it's like we keep an eye on it, see if it's sort of.
Wouldn't that be so annoying though, if like his light is flickering and he's trying to concentrate on the game?
Yeah, a bit of strobe lighting can't be good. No, so but because we saw that, of course, with Duda as well. I mean, when he had a good position, his room seemed to light up for some bizarre reason. So
when he was losing, it was pitch black.
Pitch black as well. It was weird.
Darkness.
So,
Maybe it was Mother Nature, you know, kind of giving her verdict on the position.
Casper the friendly ghost. Yeah, so.
Could be a friendly ghost.
Yeah.
And
Goddess of chess just signalling, like, I do not approve of that move. You will not have any more light.
Play more ambitious. Play more ambitious.
It would be quite cool, actually, to have something so the players could know how they're doing, just an indicator.
Some sound effects, maybe.
No, but maybe just like a little bit red. You know,
Not allowed, unfortunately.
Yeah. Because I've heard that by looking at the bar, you can sort of easily guess if that was a good or a bad move. Well, because the bar tells you, but the bar or any kind of indicator would be of huge help to the players.
Exactly. Without the evaluation bar, we would be guessing a lot of the time. When we see the evaluation bar swing and make a big, significant jump, that's when we know there has been a blunder or a mistake. That's when we know that one side has a specific tactic.
And then you know what kind of move to look for.
Exactly.
Right? The next move you should play.
I mean, often the players, they'll have a very good move and they'll be looking at it, but they don't know whether it's a good one or not. They'll see, oh, it's really tempting, but I have to calculate 10 moves. Do I really want to spend that time calculating? And they won't go for it. If they see the evaluation bar go really in their favour, they'll say, OK, I don't even need to calculate. I'm going to play that move.
It must be that move.
It must be that move.
It's basically like someone saying, you've got a tactic here. It's the same thing. You have a good move. It's, you know, like literally someone saying, here it is. So it would be a major advantage. And I think it's been proposed that that's a variant of chess that could be played online even, that, you know, they're allowed to look at the evaluation bar like 2 times or something. Could be an interesting way to sort of spice up some
if it's
chess.
equal, both sides.
But the way that I was thinking, it wouldn't be to kind of suddenly turn red or suddenly to turn blue. I was thinking, you know, have a bit more like in a quiet position, would be like a gradually phasing to the red, like, and then suddenly maybe it will turn blue, maybe turn green, or maybe green and blue, green and red. I like those colours better. And then, you know, would that person feel panicked if they were like, oh, my goodness me, my position is actually getting worse and worse. And then suddenly it's green again. And then you're like, oh, what's happening? Just want to see.
Well, I think the light's gone off again here, hasn't it? Is that right? But anyway, we should look at the moves. But I mean, I'm more interested in the lighting. That's just how bizarre.
You're like in what's the English word?
Electrician.
Yeah, electrician.
Yeah, electrician.
You've been following a lot to the lighting for these players.
Yeah, probably more than the moves. It's a bit worrying, isn't it? Maybe I'm just born to be an electrician.
Oh, maybe you are.
So,
There's worse things to be.
Yeah, very good job.
Yeah. Meanwhile, only one move, and that is black keeping the tension, moving the rook across. Yeah, these 4 pawns in the centre, it's as if neither side really wants to touch them yet. Neither side wants to give way and make that exchange, make that trade. I'm expecting either Levon or Neronian now to capture one of the pawns in the centre, or for white's knight, that's kind of idle knight, to come out into the game. Yeah, it's so hard. I mean, if you do capture a pawn, which one do you capture? Maybe we can jump in and show why this is a bit of a dilemma for both players. OK, we don't have to show these pawn exchanges. They will happen eventually. First, Levon just gets ready by bringing his remaining knight out.
The pawns are kind of interesting. They're like forming a cross, like, don't enter this position.
I have an expression for this. Whenever I prepare a position like this in my chess notes, I write maximum tension. It's a standoff, and you know, because there's so many captures, as David highlighted, and of course, I feel that Levon Iranian has actually got the better chances here, because the Black Queen feels slightly uncomfortable.
I agree. I mean, it's just the queen, isn't it, really? I mean, like, with David showing that the rook can come there, I mean, that must be a bit of advantage, David, do you think, for white?
Definitely. Black would love to do something now, something concrete. I think the big question is whether you can capture one of these pawns, either this pawn or the pawn next to it. If you take this guy, the big question for white is which way are you going to recapture? Do you play with pawns and hope, for example, that you get this type of situation? We call these hanging pawns because they're kind of hanging in the centre, in midair. They have to be supported by pieces. They can't support each other. And the problem is it's not immediately easy to push this one forward. That square would be covered. And likewise, you don't really want to push this one forward because you lose control over squares. So they kind of hang in the centre of the board forever. They do kind of restrict the black pieces, but your white pieces are tied down defending them for a long time. But if we go back, if black does capture a pawn, the question for white is, do you take with pieces? Do you play with pieces instead of pawns in the centre of the board? And here, for example, if we see another exchange, most likely white would start playing with pieces in the middle. And this type of situation, does white have an advantage? It's completely symmetrical now, the pawn structure. The reason I would slightly prefer white, it's not much, but again, it's because, as you guys say, black's queen is sat on a vulnerable square. the big question for me here is whether black can just trade off a bunch of pieces, maybe give a check with the queen, everything disappearing. For example, we could even see the queens come off in a situation like this, and maybe white has a small advantage because these two pieces are pretty decent. There's also a hole in black's position. This is quite a common theme, the knight jumping in, but it's very reduced material right now, and this one could fizzle out to a draw if black is accurate. But it's not Wei Yi style. If we retreat the whole way back to the current position, it's not necessarily Wei Yi style to trade a set of pawns, try and trade off all the pieces like we saw in that last variation. The question is for black, what else?
Spending a lot of time, isn't he? I mean, this is why I think another reason Iranian's opening choice is very clever. I mean, it shouldn't really lead to a tangible advantage, but I think that Wei Yi is uncomfortable just because of the time he spent. He spent half of his time already. I think he prefers more clear-cut positions where there's clear-cut sort of tactical things to do. So playing this kind of very cagey setup where there's multiple choices, I think his experience, is going to be a little bit lacking. And, well, we see there that Iranian does take with a pawn in the centre, which maybe is more demanding on black's position.
Yeah, definitely. So. And whilst the players are taking a pause and thinking about what to do next, well, of course, it's the final. It's going to be maximum drama, so much excitement. And we love it when you at home get involved in all the action. So we would definitely love to see your selfies. Remember to take them in landscape mode. And the Black Queen steps forward. But to kick us all off, John Brazel sends us a selfie. He says, "Hey, chess fam, another beautiful day to enjoy the outdoors and the road to Miami." And Abhishek also sends us a very cool picture. He says, "When my opponent plays a stupid move, and also this deer at Longleat didn't like what I offered. Sorry, dear. Oh dear."
I went to Longleat a while back, about 6 months ago, because they got a safari there, and it was the worst trip ever. Because you go around in your car. It takes about an hour and a half, and as soon as I got in, I realised I needed to go to the toilet.
Oh no!
And it was like, and you're in the lion enclosure, and you have to, and there's cars in front of you, so you can't go around them, and it's literally an hour and a half of oh my god, can I get out here? No, there's a lion.
Oh no!
What about here behind the bush? Tiger. And it's like, oh no, rhino. It was very painful trip.
Did you go in the monkey enclosure?
What, to have a wee? Or,
No, I meant
right,
did you drive in it? Because I've had that's the most fun. Because the lions, I'll be honest with you, they might be ferocious beasts, but they're lazy. They do nothing but just hang around in the sun. Meanwhile, if you go drive in the monkey part, they're on you, on top of your car, playing with the windscreen.
They jump all over it, they pull off the things. Yeah, it's not actually that much fun. Watch it on TV, safer. or have a toilet on board. That's my tip for Longleat.
Yeah.
But I guess you still prefer white here, David, do you, slightly?
Slightly. I always find it really difficult to play white's position. I've had something very similar to this, if not identical, and the tension in the centre is really unpleasant for white. If you're kind of impatient, like I am occasionally. Here, white's pieces look great. They look like they protect each other. They're controlling some central squares, at least pointed towards the centre. The question is, what next? You can't really push your central pawns forward with white. You don't want to trade any more pawns. You just need to manoeuvre pieces. And I guess it's similar for black, but black can just kind of relax and sit back and say, OK, the pressure's on you. You have more pawns in the centre as white. You have more responsibility. I mean, if we just jump into the position once more, I'm struggling to find a productive move with white. This is the tension. We never, ever want to trade this pawn now as white. OK, Levon moves his bishop. We never want to trade this because suddenly white has two isolated pawns on the queen side, and long term that will come back to bite him. And likewise, we can't push forward in the centre. This square is simply covered too many times. But Levon wants to push forward in the centre, hence his last move, moving the bishop to this diagonal. And now maybe a threat. If black's pawn pushes forward, the white pawn can step forward in the centre. And now, OK, bishop takes rook is on offer. I'm not 100% sure this is actually what white wants to do, because suddenly white has won the exchange, a rook for bishop, but white's light squares are extremely weak around his king side. And I could imagine a situation where this bishop comes open onto the diagonal and wreaks havoc. So
I don't really understand Lev's last move. I mean, it's maybe a clever move, but it's a move I never would play in my life. So I'm very intrigued you know, to see if, well, will he now try to win the exchange? That, I mean, incredibly risky to get rid of your bishop, your fianchetto bishop around your king, right?
I don't think he can try this anymore, unfortunately. Wei Yi has just pinned this pawn. So if the white pawn steps forward, black can even play, for example, knight takes pawn. This knight is poisoned because of the pin. White's queen would drop to the black bishop. And Levon, hence has to wait. He just moves his knight across, putting some pressure maybe on this square. Levon's just really, really begging Wei Yi to capture in the centre so that finally, at least, OK, he has these hanging pawns, but at least suddenly there's no more tension. At least he can kind of play around these pawns. In the current situation, it's all about the tension here, and it's a bit uncomfortable for both sides.
Yeah.
I must admit, I also am a bit baffled by Neronian's plans, and it kind of goes against my understanding of the position as well. I've always just thought you just sit, black waits, white waits, and OK here, but actually Wei Yi has stepped back with the queen, and this is a great move because the queen gets... Hang on a second, is there a reason why it's not? I was loving this move because
why would
the
it
queen...
be a great move, Jovanka? It's on a bad square, no?
Yeah, the reason I liked it is because the queen gets out of the eye line of the rook, and for me, I always feel very uncomfortable.
OK, so at least a safe square.
Yeah.
And this is the big question. Does white have a strong move now? I'm looking, is it this? I mean, this one, does this work now? I guess black's knight can still capture in the centre, utilising the fact that this is a pin, so white's pawn cannot take this knight. For example, pawn takes knight, the white queen would just drop off. What else? If white can't push this pawn, then what else can you try? Levon Iranian.
I was wondering about this. He's getting ready to, well, I say sacrifice, but it might not even be a sacrifice, capture that pawn, right? But that's a big decision as well.
Out of the blue, it's out of nowhere.
Is this ambitious play by Levon Neronian?
Definitely.
Very.
Yeah. Wow, nice.
Yeah, and the whole idea, Simon says, is, for example, normally when an opponent's knight lands in your half of the board, you want to kick it back. If black does try to kick this knight out of his half, then knight takes pawn. And you mentioned it's not a sacrifice, Simon. I mean, firstly, it's a check. At the very minimum, you can just capture the black rook. Maybe you don't even do this. Maybe you just step forward with the pawn, try to open up this bishop's line towards the black king. But even if you were to capture this rook, for example, you now have two central pawns and a rook for black's two minor pieces. So a small material advantage for white.
Yeah.
Big threat.
I think, again, that is showing what good form Iranian is on, because he's spotting these moves which are not obvious immediately, you know, just really, really quickly. And that just indicates he's really on the top of his game. Because a move like that, OK, you're kind of a bit committed. It's a little bit strange to put the knight there unless you're going to sacrifice it. And, well, it's going to be very interesting now because how do you stop that move that David pointed out? The knight coming in and grabbing that pawn and starting a big attack as well. That would
also Wei Yi down to 4 minutes, so he's nearly 6 minutes down on the clock compared to Iranian. I don't see a good way to stop this. Maybe we can check the Stockfish suggestions, because how narrow is black's path to survival? The evaluation bar says white is only slightly better, but if you step wrong, you might be significantly worse. And OK, he doesn't play any of the top three moves there. Black's best moves were, for example, shuffling the rook across, maybe going to this square with the rook to guard this pawn. That would have been maybe more logical. But now he's moved this rook anyway.
This is just begging to be like some sacrifice here. I mean, what do you capture on e6 with? I mean, the knight. I think knight takes is definitely in a move level play, because you can win material by capturing that pawn with the bishop, I feel. But after quite a forced sequence, you're going to come out basically a pawn up. But you've given up your very strong minor pieces at the end of this. So I think he will grab it with a knight and make it a pure sacrifice, and do a similar thing to what you said, David. Start pushing those pawns in the middle. I don't know which one. D5, E4 coming next, and look at those pawns in the centre. Look at those bishops. This looks. I'd love to be white in this position. This is like a lovely, lovely structure to have.
I have to say, I love this position as well, but I think I would be tempted to grab material and try to get the same
What, take with the bishop on e6?
Yeah, and try to get the same kind of pawns. I know.
Oh, I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. I'd much rather be points down than points up, obviously. That's probably the wrong thing, but maybe it's a good move. Maybe it's a matter of taste here. Well, I can't actually see what Stockfish says, my bad vision.
The computer's with you, Simon. The computer wants to just give up a knight for 2 pawns, just to show that final position one more time. After a few captures, the black king moves, and white steps forward. He hasn't done any of those moves. He's played the second top Stockfish moves.
Okay.
I was going to say it's a matter of taste because in this position, Jovanka preferred to take with the bishop, and that was the third top computer move. So, matter of taste there. Levon doesn't want to commit. Instead, he just captures a pawn, opening up this central line. Computer still likes this for white, but much less than it did the sacrifice.
It's kind of a pity to give up your centre, which was so nice in the last position, but the sacrifice is still there in the middle of the board, and you have opened up your other bishop. So if you look at white's bishops, they are fantastic, crisscrossing across the board like that. Lovely little pattern there. X marks the spot of doom. And it might be that square around there where it's actually going to happen as well.
Around here, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Like the X meets.
Yeah.
This is when chess becomes mathematics, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Those...
Yeah, I think it is that vision in chess. You have to see the potential of the pieces, and this is maybe a simple way to demonstrate that, right?
Really nice. I've never even thought of that pattern before, but it just happens to be coincidence that maybe the danger would happen on one of these squares where the bishop's eye lines are pointed at. Meanwhile, Wei Yi did try to swap a set of rooks, and Levon is thinking, which way is he going to recapture? It's check right now, so he will take either with his rook or with his queen.
That would be a cool thing to investigate a little bit. In many games where you have 2 bishops crossing each other, how often will the place they cross each other be the crucial spot?
Yeah. We could have found something there.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's copyright it. Get the
Yeah,
I was going you got it. How did you get just about to say that? My chessboard course 115.
Yes.
X marks the spot. Yes. Bring it on. So, yeah.
It's going to be named after you then, Simon.
Oh,
Found something new in chess.
That'd be a cool name, Simon X.
Oh.
Like a rock star.
Yeah.
I mean, we were saying, like, there's no grandmaster just with a name of one letter. So maybe in the future.
But do remember our Crypto Cup challenge, everyone. Go find a friend or film yourself naming as many grandmasters as you can in only 30 seconds and post your video of yourself or challenging your friends with a surprise on Twitter using the hashtag ChessChamps and Crypto Cup Challenge. We want to see them. We want to show them. You guys attempting our challenge. Simon did 12 names, but he had to do the full names. You only have to do last names. That's enough.
So I kind of got double points there. You say 12, but as I said, both names, surely that's 24?
Yeah.
Actually, you got 13 if we can count.
26 then.
Yeah, Dubo, of course. Dubo counts then.
So I reckon I'm more 25 mark, really.
Yeah.
Just
It's good you're not bitter about it, Simon.
Not at all. We're not competitive in the studio at all. Just make that clear.
And obviously, Wei should be one of your players. That's a short name to say. Wei. Yeah.
Wei Yu Ding.
David. I know David's going to destroy it. I can just see it. I can see him just.
Do all the short names.
Yeah.
We'll find out tomorrow, won't we?
I'll probably freeze under the lights.
Yeah, remember, it's an ongoing challenge.
Yeah.
So you can definitely challenge all your friends. We would love to share it during the breaks. And also, I can't wait to see how everyone does when you do it properly.
Yes.
Which is like under pressure. Yeah. Under the spotlight.
That's why it's maybe the coolest if you surprise a friend with it.
Yeah.
Because if you film yourself, which is completely allowed, but then you can do a little bit of preparation. But, I mean, we would like to see a world record in this challenge as well.
Ooh.
So preparing with all the short names.
Well, 18 is the tops, right? Although you...
Easy to break, I think. So.
Okay.
Especially if you've got a list there. Some people could cheat, couldn't they? If they've got a list, you can't. But that's not
there
the
is no
spirit
cheating in the challenge.
That sounds like
You'll be able to
cheating
see
me.
if someone's reading it off a...
I'd like to see how Magnus gets on with that as well. That'd be interesting to see if he can get a lot of names. So, but yeah, do we have a couple more moves? So
only now.
Yeah. So I was wondering here, David. I mean, like, I don't think Black will take that pawn back, but if he does, is there a big blow? If Black just goes pawn takes pawn, for example, does white have something nasty? Oh, he has taken it back. So this is the kind of position where you're now certainly looking for a sacrifice, or to bring another piece in. Because look at white's pieces, right? The bishops, the knight, the rook, the queen might have potential. They look very scary to me. But is there something here?
Valuation bar's really shot up again. So I think your instincts are correct, Simon. So instincts say there's something for white because all these pieces are kind of pointing towards the black king. You have the open file. You have everything, basically. So what is the knockout?
Can you just threaten, checkmate? Get the queen. Yeah, this move.
Ooh, nice.
We were talking about the crisscross. I was just looking at the knight. So if we can get rid of the knight, our queen dives in. Yeah. And every piece is attacking black's king all of a sudden. Yeah. Big threat now, yeah? Big
threat. For example, if black does nothing, then bishop takes knight, as you say, removing the defender, and suddenly white's queen jumps in, teaming up with the knight, and the black king is doomed. Checkmate is coming in a few moves. So, yeah, huge threat. How do we guard against it? This is the current weakness. This pawn is defended by black's knight, but not for long. Wei needs to find a way to keep it defended. You could do this in two ways. Both of them are really ugly, I've got to say. One, you could step this pawn forward, just to block this bishop out, but this looks superficial. Wow, Wei really plays with fire. I was going to say next you could push this pawn forward, but then you weaken this diagonal. Instead, wow, we've seen some real tactics. The pawn steps forward, hitting the white knight. Remember, Levon's idea was to remove the black knight, the defender, and Wei says, OK, you've removed my knight. I know you're threatening to come in, but I can get rid of your piece, the supporting piece, so white's queen cannot dive in anymore. Clever defense, maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. An important kind of motif of the counterattack. And now we see a trade of bishops. But there is a problem with black's position, and that is the double G pawn. I'm just looking at that G5 pawn. It's a little bit vulnerable, I have to say.
Oh, this one.
Mm-hmm. And when you combine that with the rook standing on an unchallenged open line, you feel that maybe black can be stretched in two directions.
Yeah, I think the question for white is whether you can get this knight into the attack, whether you can get your queen into the attack now. And this queen move, it does again hint. One bishop's gone, so there's no more crisscross, but it does hint at some sacrifices on this square. For example, again, if black waits, not sure how, but for example, there might be a nice sacrifice hitting the king and breaking through. So, OK, Wei has to be on red alert in the current position. Ooh. This is potentially a threat, and the secondary threat, like Jovanka said, is going for this pawn. So maybe just, maybe just stepping the queen forward, hitting this guy, and also potentially, if you step your queen forward, some pins along this diagonal. I think this might be the big threat, this queen move, actually.
It's very unpleasant for black still. I think Wei did an OK job there of surviving the first storm, but the pressure is still on, and Lev playing fantastically at the moment, finding all these ways just to put pressure on Wei. And you're right, that queen move looks really unpleasant, but also the sacrifice, both moves. What about time situation? OK.
2 minutes for Wei.
2 minutes now, so...
It's just under 4 minutes for Levon. And yeah, this bishop's offside. I wanted to retreat it, just to line up, hit the queen, but the queen stepping forward. It's just disaster for black. This pawn is dropping. Yeah. And this pin as well, really, really awkward to deal with.
The other pawn as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So
misery comes in threes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and OK, instead of that, black reacted by just shuffling the queen across, defending this square, so there's no sacrifices, but the valuation bar hates that move. Can white just still go for a pawn? I guess if you step forward with the queen now going for this guy, then at least you lose touch with this c4 pawn. So not 100% easy for Levon Neronian. I'd love to get this knight into the game.
Well, you could throw another piece into the game here as well. And create a threat, yeah.
He does it.
Oh!
You're right, Simon. Big threat. So, for example, again, if not sure how black does nothing. If black moves the knight, for example, then rook takes pawn suddenly, and a double attack, hitting the queen. But this is also check. You win.
Yeah, it's a lovely place for the rook, it seems. Anyway, right in the position. So black with his back against the wall at the moment.
Yeah, this piece also a bit loose.
This looks devastating. There has to be a defense. Is it just simply to challenge that rook, step it forward?
Step black's rook forward. Maybe. That could be an antidote. an answer to this rook move. Suddenly, we don't really want to trade rooks, but here, for example, if white's queen avoids the trade, a queen trade is possible, potentially, but if we move, then we've got to be a bit careful that black doesn't counterattack on this diagonal, and Jovanka is right. This was black's reply, offering a rook trade now. Okay, to take that or not to take that. You could retreat with white, but you lose a bit of momentum.
Yeah, and you just come from there, haven't you? So this is a good defensive move, definitely. I think Wei Yi is defending well. I mean, he could have easily gone wrong by this stage already, and he's holding on well at the moment in a tricky position.
Really tricky. I mean, one question is what happens if white steps back with the queen, saying, OK, I'm wanting to come up and check you and win the black queen. So a rook trade, if it happens, at least now with white, you're hitting this pawn. More importantly, you're hitting this black knight. Maybe the black knight just moves. Is this enough for white? Levon's got to ask himself this question right now. Trade rooks or no trade?
What is the main factor in Levon's position that makes you say he is much better in this game? What is the main factor?
It's just comparing all the pieces. So it's level pieces, almost symmetrical pawn structure, but white's rook, at least temporarily, is more active than the black rook. It's on an open line here. White's queen is much better than the black queen. It's nicely centralized. White's knight is slightly better than the black knight because it's got some pressure on this pawn. It's not clear whose bishop is better. Maybe white's temporarily because, again, some pressure on this square. The target is the black queen. So it's just all of these small things adding up. White's pieces are more active than the black counterparts. That's why Wei Yi, he's doing a great defensive job. He senses that Levon's pieces are more active, especially the rooks here. Clear imbalance, white's piece is far better. So in chess, if you know your opponent has a strong piece, try and trade it off. So good strategy. And Levon has allowed that. He did drop his queen back. We do see the trade of rooks, and black's knight under fire, moves out the way. Difficult question now, do we take the knight? If we take the knight, black has these kind of two sets of doubled pawns here.
Oh, very strange.
Like a weird, I don't know, box of doubled pawns.
Yeah.
But the problem for white, maybe, is that firstly, this pawn is attacked, but secondly, the light squares are so weak near his king. Got to be a bit careful here if he takes that knight off the board. The problem is, after this knight jump as well, you would love to win a pawn with white. You'd love to play queen takes pawn, for example. But here, at the very end, black can regain a pawn, and the position should just be a draw now.
Okay.
Maybe Wei Yi's defending. Maybe he needs to keep rooks on the board, Levon Neronian, because in the current position, if we go back to it, the queen is attacked, and if she has to retreat, that's not good news. The attack is fizzling out with every exchange that's made.
So Levon needs to keep all these pieces on the board.
Ideally.
Advantage.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not easy to achieve.
And, well, he's in a difficult choice, how to maintain the momentum. And you can see his clock is ticking down to just over a minute.
He's lower on the clock for the first time in the game.
Definitely. Yeah. And, OK, the heat is on.
Yeah. This is where we say, ding, ding, ding. Time trouble.
He's not playing in this tournament.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same. Beat me to it.
I need another word than ding, ding, ding. Yeah. What's a good word?
Oh, like
ring, ring, no.
Yeah. We can use ding.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'd be honoured to have his name linked to such an important moment in the game.
Exactly, yeah.
And, well, now the clock is down to 45 seconds.
Yeah.
And such a tough decision to make. I mean,
he's done such a good job of defending, hasn't he? I mean, very impressive, because it's a really tricky position. I mean, I don't know. I mean, David, what do you think about? OK, so this is, OK, and again, very quick move there, straight away. Is there any way that white can keep this game going?
White has to be very careful. If you leave the queens on the board, the white king could be weak on the light squares.
But wait 1 second. I mean, there is a capture that you can... OK, he's played it, and the whole idea that I'm thinking is after bishop takes pawn...
There's a check, yeah?
There's a check.
There's a check, yeah. Did he just miss this?
You just blunder a pawn.
I think
he did.
Maybe Wei Yi just missed this
He
move.
literally, like, took a step. Well, not a step, but he kind of moved backwards and kind of shake. And now we see a shake in his head. Yeah. He got a bit excited there and found a tactical shot that didn't quite work.
This often happens, doesn't it? You defend so well in a game, but then when you relax, it all goes wrong. And hang on a minute, this just looks phenomenal for white. Look at that pawn in the middle of the board. It's just a free, strong pawn. And black's king can't get near that pawn because all the squares are controlled. And I think the white king's just going to come and win.
Yeah.
Surely.
You guys are completely right. White's king, once it breaks open, It's slightly hard for the white king to approach the centre of the board. But if the white king can start approaching, kind of start travelling towards the left flank, then it's just game over. I think Wei Yi might just give this one up.
Oh.
This is a clever move, maybe, though. I mean, only way to try and stop the king coming in, right?
The king is locked in. I mean, how is the white king going to break out?
This is what you need to do, right?
The only question remaining for Levon Neronian, get that white king out. Yeah, this last move was essential. If black was one move too slow and white had been able to push the f-pawn out the way, get the white king over, easy win for white.
But can Levon just push that pawn now?
Yeah, the problem is it will just get captured. If you push it one square, it gets taken, this white f-pawn. If you push it two squares, en passant, the black pawn takes it. Anyway, so how...
The en passant. That's what we beginners, we forget the en passant.
Yeah, the white f-pawn would love to move two squares forward and then game over.
Not just beginners. I mean, like, I know England #1, Mickey Adams, forgot it a couple of times when he was playing. He's lost 2 games from forgetting about the en passant rule as well. So, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that, actually.
Yeah, I think one against Neil McDonald, where he forgot and he lost to Neil McDonald quite a long time ago. And then I can't remember who the other one was, but I remember him or someone telling me. So, yeah.
It's brutal.
Yeah, brutal, yeah.
And meanwhile, we talked about the white king being trapped. The black king is also stuck on the back rank. The problem for white is he would love to use the knight. White's knight would love to hop around, attack some pawns, or maybe kick away black's bishop from the cage it's created on the white king. But white's knight, as soon as it moves, the black king can come towards your far advanced pawn. OK, a bit of triangulation, we call, from Levon Neronian. White's king has just done a little triangle, but still not breaking out. Valuation bar says +1 for white, but what is the winning plan?
Yeah.
I don't see it.
And he plays your move, Kaja.
Yeah.
Yay.
Gone for it.
Yeah.
En passant.
Has he forgotten about the en passant?
The only way to try it, is it? I think.
OK, so he's still trying, Levon Neronian.
Still trying, but
that's nice.
He was one pawn up, but he gave that pawn back via en passant in order to try and get the white king out. But now the white king has to sit as a defender. The pawn in front of it is a passed pawn. Black's
triple pawns.
Yeah, actually. You're right. Tripled f-pawns.
Whoa.
But wait 1 second here. I just checked the evaluation because I was thinking something is a bit fishy. Black only has one way to draw this position. He has to stop the white knight getting active. He has to stop it getting to the b3 square. So only the move bishop d1 will draw.
Oh, wow. OK. And how long has he got? He's got a bit of time.
He's got 2 minutes, so he can get to the essence of the position.
He plays it.
Wow.
He plays this key move. If he'd moved the black king, the white knight would have stepped back to this square and stepped into the centre, putting pressure on the bishop, the pawn, and this pawn. And, for example, here, I think white would be winning. You capture this pawn, and Harry would run through to become a queen. So, yeah, he spotted it. Very well played. Really narrow path to survival in this position, bringing the bishop to cover this square. Now, white's knight can't really get active if you drop back to this square. I guess the black king is just going to come and take your pawn. Still a bit tricky here. White's knight could jump in, for example, with a check. It's really odd, this pawn structure. It's like Freddy is one of his triplets. OK, Levon Neronian, instead of allowing the black king out, the black king's still stuck on the edge of the board, covered by this knight. He pushes a pawn, Levon Neronian. But now what happens if there's a capture? Is he going to ignore this pawn? No more tripled pawns on the f-file. But if you take this pawn with the white knight, suddenly the black king again.
5 seconds.
Getting active. He doesn't take this pawn, so Levon's just giving up all of his pawns. And he's just trying to say, OK, if you push your pawn forward now, yes, you have 3 really scary pawns, but the white knight is going to get into the position and win this guy. And suddenly, again, he's going to try and use all of these black pawns as a distraction in order to get his knight active.
But
it's really risky, though.
I was going to ask that. I mean, is he taking too much risk? I mean...
Yeah. What's Wei Yi's best move here? Oh, he gives up a pawn. He's about to promote, so this pawn is captured. But now, this is really clever from Wei Yi, at least in defensive terms, because now he got rid of this white h-pawn. And black is still temporarily a pawn up. Levon Neronian is shaking his head. Meanwhile, black has this extra pawn. Can you keep it, maybe, by pushing your pawn forward?
Yeah, I was thinking that, or retreating the bishop. He has 1.5 minutes to figure out how to maintain that pawn. And I actually preferring black's position here.
Problem is, how's black ever going to win? Black's king is so bad. Levon Neronian, okay, again shaking his head. Yeah, I think in practical terms, white should still be okay, even if the evaluation bar says black's to be preferred here. One thing white should not do, I'm guessing, is to capture black's pawn in the centre of the board, because then after a trade of bishops and knights, I think it's going to be very risky for white. Even that is unclear. Maybe that's just a draw.
Could be a draw, can it?
16 seconds.
Does Levon Neronian take this black central pawn? You have to calculate a king and pawn endgame there, and it's so hard to do with 10 seconds on the clock. He doesn't make that commitment. He moves his king. Makes sense as well.
Yeah.
Black's king's in a cage.
Can black get a little bit fresh and give a check to the white king?
Yeah.
Try to entice the king to go into lands that he should not go. And no, Wei Yi just simply waits with the king. This is also good strategy. Just leave the position open and full of choices. And now 6 seconds.
Needs to just
3
get out of this game
seconds,
with the
2
draw, Levon.
seconds.
Yeah.
Make a move, and it retreats the king.
He made that with 2 seconds on his clock. Yeah, he needs to just repeat the position somehow, just sit, wait, do nothing. And, OK, second time we've seen this position.
Can we get this now?
Yeah, neither king can get active, really.
But, I mean, I've seen Wei Yi, you know, in the other games, I reckon he's going to play on with black here. Well, I say that. Is it going to be a draw already? I mean, if there's any way you can play on, but probably there's not any way you can play on.
Levon with 3 seconds.
3, 2, 1.
got to take the draw.
OK,
He's got to take
he
the draw.
made that with 1 second to spare.
I mean, he's playing with fire here, right? I mean, he really is. And Wei Yi can keep the game going, maybe by moving the king the other way and trying to bring it around that way. I mean, it should, of course, be a draw, but I think Lev should be happy with a draw at this point in the game, definitely. And he is. See, he's playing on. This is what he does, right? He plays on.
Did you see it was really sneaky? Wei Yi, he always stares at the board. He barely ever looks away. For 1 second, he just kind of looked to the right of his screen. He looked at the clocks. And then he decided to play for a win.
Yep.
So,
smart.
Yeah, for the first time in the game, he's the one pressing and trying to play for the advantage.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's so calm, Wei Yi, even when he blundered earlier, or maybe not blundered, but when he was on the defensive. Yeah, he was just ice cold, barely flickered, and suddenly really focused Wei Yi. OK, do you touch one of the black pawns? If you touch the black pawns, you do leave a square or two for the white knight to jump into.
I thought black might be able to try bring his king to where the pawn on the light square is, possibly. But you're never going to move that king too far forwards because white's pawn is too strong. But I mean, of course, it should be a draw. But can you try to use those 2 pawns to go up and create some problems?
Black wants to win. You have to push the black F or G pawns, one of them.
I mean, a winning plan would be able to move Freddie 2 squares forwards with Gary defending it, but maybe we don't have a lot of time to show that. But yeah, as you say, he's got to use those pawns, right, David?
It's about pushing these pawns if you want to win and trying to sneak the black king around. He's done it. He's going for it with 20 seconds left.
I know, and the players with seconds to spare, they are facing critical choices. And Levon pushes forward with his A pawn.
Can both players win, or is it Levon fighting for a draw? Wei Yi trying to win it.
I think they can both win, but it's yeah. I mean, especially if Wei Yi overpresses now, which he could do. It's just, but I think Wei Yi has the better chances. Definitely.
Is it kind of like a narrow path, easy to make mistakes as well?
Especially for white.
Okay.
I like what Levon's doing. He's getting his pawn ready for any potential race later on, just in case he can win the black A pawn. But for Wei Yi, the one difficult thing for him is keeping in touch with this pawn on the last go and in the near future. OK, still now, he's able to stop this pawn. For example, if it steps forward, he can drop his king back. Suddenly the white knight is tied down. This pawn is going nowhere. But he has to be really careful where he puts the black king. And it's all about these pawns stepping forward. Levon just retreats with his king. And surely Wei Yi now, he's going to start initiating, pushing these pawns. It's not easy to push this one. That's the problem. If you push too far, then you just get captured. So, wow, Wei Yi, OK, he retreats the bishop instead. And he's going to try and go around with this piece. Still should be a draw because I think white's pawn is too strong. But let's see if Wei Yi can make progress. Both players under 20 seconds.
And Wei Yi repeating the position, probably just 2 times, trying to get more time on the clock so he can think about complications. And he goes for it. He's pushing the G pawn.
Big question is what next?
I mean, the only thing I could see if he pushes the F pawn and then the G pawn after a capture. But I mean, can he try that, David, or is that not working ever?
Yeah.
It's risky.
It does come with a bit of risk. That's the problem for black.
Yeah.
Also, anytime we go down to a king and pawn game, king and pawn endgame, if the bishops and knights disappear, and I'm assuming all of the pawns on the right half disappear, white's strong pawn disappears. If we're just left with the A pawns now, I really like what Levon Neronian has done. White's pawn is so far up the board there, it will take black an age to capture it. Meanwhile, white's king can run towards the corner. So any king and pawn endgames now, where it's just the A pawns left, is going to be a draw. I think unfortunately for Wei Yi, pushing any of those pawns is too risky right now.
And if you can't push the pawn, then where can that bishop go? The bishop can't actually go anywhere that's of any use at all. So this is definitely looking like a draw. But as we've seen before, Wei Yi doesn't like taking draws, does he? He likes 100 moves. Can he get there? I don't know how many moves are on there.
There's one idea that I potentially see, is actually trying to get the bishop to the c6 square, so that the bishop perhaps will keep an eye on the pawn. And maybe this allows, in some situations, it's going to be a tall ask, I admit that, the black king can get active.
Yeah, I had no idea how the bishop could get there. That's the problem. I don't think it has a route, does it,
if the white king takes a step back, then it can get to the d5 square and then get to the c6 square, and
that's what
basically we're just taking it move by move.
Oh, wow.
And
he's trying to force the issue.
It's certainly provoked a response from Levon Neronian, and this looks good enough, actually, to secure the draw. This is it.
This looks like it will secure the draw after knight takes pawn. Black's king has to go towards the white pawn, and here we go. We're headed towards an endgame where computer might say that it's +1 for white, but white's remaining pawn is just going to drop off, unfortunately. You can't really go and save that white pawn. OK, he's trying, but we will see a situation where the white knight and the black pawn on this side of the board just balance each other out. And, yeah, this one is no chance of progress for white.
It's quite a funny draw, actually. I mean, because white is a piece up, right?
Yeah, it's a weird one.
It's not, but the white knight can. The point is, the white knight can never move because black queens gets an extra queen. And if the white king tries to go towards that pawn, then white will lose his last pawn. Then it's at least a draw for black. So it's it's like a maths equation, and you can just kind of rule out that white knight and that black pawn. They're just not part of the equation anymore. And here we go. Black's king will likely step back, and no way forward for white. If you go again towards that black A pawn to attack it, black's king slides the whole way back to defend. It's basically king and one versus king and one. The white knight and black pawn just cancel each other out completely. I wonder if it's still a draw if black loses his A pawn. No. It's the answer, but OK, white's knight can actually lose a move, as we say, just retreating, forcing black's king back every time. But here we go. I think Levon Neronian is ready to reconcile himself to a draw. It's impressive how calm Wei Yi was when he gave up his bishop to secure this draw. Tough game, right? Good fighting game to get us started there. I mean, high quality. Very good, very good game. So,
Levon Neronian just debating. Is it about repeating the position right now?
Yeah.
Or offering a draw? Repeating.
You can basically do both. Nothing can go wrong at all for white here. So, OK, he just pushes his pawn forward. Slightly odd.
Another 50 moves.
Another 50 moves. OK, he's setting a small trap. If black's king comes into the centre of the board, the white knight might be able to check it, fork it, and win the black pawn. So if you remove the G pawn now, would it still be a draw? Well, that's a good question. If
go for a stalemate.
G pawn didn't exist and you just park the black king in the corner, I think it would be a draw. I think it's a draw, actually, if you take the G pawn off. But instead, we see a repetition of the position and the first draw of the final.
They are still tied. One game into the final, the first match. Levon Neronian with the white pieces. He was fighting for a win in this one, but eventually, after 79 moves and 53 minutes, the first game is a draw. And in 15 minutes, game 2 will start. Wei Yi will have the white pieces in that one. But you called it a great start to the final, Simon. Some attacking, some entertaining chess. Let's take a look at the game, David.
Yeah. It all spun on this one moment, actually. It looked like Levon Iranian, with the white pieces, had put serious pressure on Wei Yi. And just when it looked like Wei Yi was kind of out of danger, when it looked like he was going to save the game, he did make a small blunder. If we remember this moment where he offered a trade of queens, he had seemingly forgotten that after knight takes pawn, a double attack, maybe he'd forgotten that the black bishop couldn't take this pawn because of a check. And when the king moves, the black queen drops off. Instead, we saw a situation where white's knight had captured this pawn. Black had to trade the queens off. Black's bishop came forward. And it was around here when, after white's pawn stepped forward and black stepped forward again, this is the key moment. Maybe he could have stepped forward with his pawn in the center. He did this a bit later, but it was too late. The whole idea is now, once you trade, your knight can go back, as we saw, keeping the black king in a cage, and you do have maybe an improved version of the game. Still a lot of hard work to be done because white's king is bad and struggles to get in, but great winning chances for white. Instead, we saw white's king step forward and black closed the cage, but white's king now couldn't get out without giving up a pawn. And Wei Yi, with some really clever defense, managed to draw the game.
That means they are still tied. 3 games to go in the first match here in the final. Game 2 coming up in a little over 13 minutes. And after that game, we will be joined by Grandmaster Maurice Ashley to talk about the state of American chess and also about his upcoming Chessable course. We're going to take a quick commercial break right now, but when we get back, we will reveal to you the social media leaderboard. Which player has been the most popular and which emoji has been the most used on social media. We'll tell you that in a few minutes.
B3, A5. What do you think about this opening? Honestly, what do you think?
You don't have to play knight c3. We can actually put a piece on d2, which is better because then we avoid the potential doubling of our c-pawns.
What you have to understand about practical endgames as a whole is that just like in the middle game or the opening, you cannot rely solely on these general considerations.
The dragon is the opening you can play against first move 1 e4. It starts with the Sicilian c5. We control the central d4 square, and we don't play symmetric chess. After knight f3, we play d6, intending to develop knight to f6, so it can't get hit by the e5 pawn any longer. After d4, we take, knight takes. Develop the knight, knight f6, knight c3, and now the dragon move g6. We intend to fianchetto our bishop, and then castle, and the shape of our pawn structure here resembles the dragon, and that's why this is called the dragon variation.
It's really crazy that apparently almost as many people play paddle in Spain as there are total people in Norway. I think chess had boomed during the pandemic, also with Queen's Gambit and such. Obviously not in the same numbers.
Yo creo que no deberían ayudar a hacer una serie. Estaría mal. La verdad que sí, tiene bastante similitud porque el pádel no es solo darle fuerte a una pelota y ganar el punto. Al final tú buscas los puntos débiles del rival, tus puntos fuertes, que es tirar una bola para que la siguiente te venga un poco más cómoda a ti. Entonces siempre es una táctica de yo te domino a ti, tú me dominas a mí, para buscar quién puede ganar el punto al final, no al primer golpe, sino quizá al décimo, al duodécimo golpe.
I think there are several points that are a bit similar. I think like controlling the right areas and positioning yourself correctly is a similarity. But what I found most of all is the patience. because it's, as you said, it's very easy, I think, in paddle, at least for like a beginner like me, that, yeah, you want to hit as hard as possible, and then you just get hit by the counter attack. So like finding the right moment, right moment to strike is important, and then you have to like always improvise. But I guess it's a bit of the same, that you get hit with an unexpected shot, and then you have to react and change your plan completely. So to be quick in your mind is always important.
Exacto, totalmente. Yo creo que las similitudes se ven ya a nivel profesional, porque quizá a nivel amateur, bueno, los amateurs dicen, bueno, le pego fuerte y tal. O en el tema ajedrez, yo no juego con el cronómetro que tengo que darle rápido, yo me pongo a pensar, a ver qué tengo que hacer y todo eso. Entonces yo creo que ya cuando llega a un nivel más competitivo ya empiezan a haber más semejanza entre ambos. Yo creo que la vuelta de Puma al pádel creo que ha sido más que sobresaliente. La verdad que los deportistas necesitamos siempre estar acompañados con una buena marca, de buen material, y la verdad que estoy muy contento de que Puma haya confiado en mí para crecer junto a ellos. Y tanto el textil como las zapatillas como la pala, yo creo que están hechas perfectas para mí, y todo el material es muy bueno y más que sobresaliente.
I like the profile, they're really cool, but most of all I like the clothes, and the shoes especially are awesome, and of course the people as well. It's a very good team.
Welcome back to FTX Road to Miami. Game 2 in the final will start in about 8 minutes. But before that, towards the end of every single tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, we reveal to you the social media leaderboard, and that's exactly what we're going to do right now. I'm joined by Frida in our presenting partner Meltwater. Welcome to the show, Frida.
Thank you so much. Maybe next time I can join you in the studio live.
Yes, exactly. And we're so happy to have Meltwater joining us again. There is a reason why Meltwater is presenting these social media leaderboards in every single tournament. Can you, first of all, tell us a little bit about what Meltwater does, Frida?
Of course. So first of all, it was founded in Norway back in 2001. Meltwater is today a global leader in media and social media intelligence. And we help our clients make better, more informed decisions by supporting them with monitor, analyze, but also act upon digital insights in real time. And you guys will see an example in a second.
Exactly. First, we have the social media leaderboard, basically telling us which player has been the most popular. And let's take a look. Who has been the most popular during the FTX Road to Miami?
Yeah, so as you can see, Anish Giri is actually dominating the conversions on social media with 816 mentions across Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and other social channels. And to understand why, we dug a bit deeper, and we saw there was actually one tweet when Anish jokingly saying that if he reached 5,000 likes on that specific post, he was going to ask the organizers if he could stop sharing daily pairing graphics, as he thought that was taking too much time for him to download and upload.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, but as of today, he actually do have 5,000 likes. But just recently, and quoting him, the consensus is that likes are nice, but people really do want to see the pairing. So cancel the mission.
I'm very glad to hear that.
Yeah, so the mission is canceled, but it did create a lot of buzz on social media. So that's why he's the most popular player in the tournament.
And we know Anish on Twitter, he uses a lot of humor. I guess that is a recipe for getting a lot of likes and retweets and being popular.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And of course, my favorite poster is the social media insight, because I love seeing which emojis are the most popular. Which one have been the most used in FTX Road to Miami.
Yeah, I agree. So the conversions surrounding the overall FTX Road to Miami Cup were actually mainly dominating by the United States, and US actually just short of 50% of the total share of voice. And how come? So one of the reasons probably is that US stand out is that Meltwater Champion Chess Tour this week actually posted a lot of videos that was a bit more popular among the audience in US, because those videos were actually honoring it of being 50 years since the famous 1972 World Chess Championship match between the US-born Fischer and his component Spassky.
Yeah.
So as we see on the birds and emojis, you see there's a lot of buzz around those videos.
Oh, that's very cool. We did celebrate, the 50th anniversary of Bobby Fischer becoming world champion. I also see another in the top keywords, foolish man. I wonder who that is.
Yeah. So if we look at the lastly on this slide, if we look at the keywords, and probably those keywords that, as you just saw, that stands out a bit, is actually the first one, foolish man. And that's actually, that's a nod to the famous quote from the 1972 match saying, "Get up there, you foolish man, and open the match." Quote from one of the videos. And the other probably keyword that stands out is actually mental health. And that's also from one of the videos actually documenting Fischer's mental health after the 1972 game.
Wow, this is so interesting. We actually get to see what interests the people that are following us and everyone out there on social media. Frida, thank you so much for joining us and for bringing these social media insights to us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Well, that was the social media insight. And on social media, we are asking all of you to join in the Crypto Cup Challenge, this tournament and the next tournament for the FTX Summer of Chess. And there will be 30 seconds to name as many grandmasters as possible. Let's take a look if we have some people out there sending in videos.
Hi guys, we love your program, especially you, Simon. You're my favorite, and you're my hero. And my favorites are Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Duda, Sam Shanklin, Vishy Anand, Nepomniachtchi, Firouzja, So, Caruana, and we're gonna celebrate this. Cheers.
He was more into the celebrating than naming names. Didn't beat you, Simon.
No, it was my brother there. My ginger brother was champagne. That looked good though. Can we do that with champagne next time? Maybe when David does it, and tomorrow possibly.
Multitasking.
I'm up for that.
Yeah.
That was impressive.
I know.
That's the most uplifting video I've seen in ages.
Yeah, it was very cool. And if you guys want to join in the challenge as well, then take up your camera and film yourself or someone else naming as many grandmasters as possible in 30 seconds. And in 1 minute and 23 seconds, game 2 between Wei Yi and Levon Neronian will start. Wei Yi will have the white pieces. They are tied after the first game, and Wei Yi having the white pieces. What should we expect?
Well, I think he's going to try and attack Iranian if he can. That last game, Wei Yi was on the back foot for most of it. He started off defending, and he never really got a chance to win the game. So I think Wei Yi would love to be a bit more direct and go for the kill. Meanwhile, the game, I think, has just started.
Oh, they started early.
Very early.
Yeah.
Both players clearly impatient to get going.
Yeah, that's
and
nice.
It's the Queen's Gambit. That's been the theme of Levon Iranian's games, especially when he's had black. The Queen's Gambit accepted. Black did temporarily win a pawn. White won that pawn back. And now we see a slightly rare move, this last bishop move coming out. I've played it myself. Black here does have a problem, and that tends to be with space. White's central pawns are very far advanced, and therefore White is often able to launch an attack. It's just about whether Wei Yi can control his extra space here with White. You need to catch up with piece development. You should bring one of White's knights out here, for example. But Black does at least have a stronghold on the d5 square. Nice outpost for the Black Knight. Yeah, this opening tends to have a slightly better reputation for White, but early days. The White Knight now developing. And Black solidifies the centre. the big question in this type of opening, actually, which side does Black castle? Black often actually castles on the queen side, on the left side of the board, because I guess if you castle on the other flank with Black, you do invite an attack. Simon, you've talked about the white kind of pawn structure, especially the white e5 pawn. When that white e5 pawn exists, Black's king doesn't feel safe on the king side, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel safe on the king side at all. I mean, but it's exciting for us. And there we see a knight being developed. And, well, we expect, as David mentioned, that white just continues the development and we get the big, well, race where both sides attack each other.
And I'm noticing something interesting. We were talking about Wei Yi drinking his tea earlier. Now, last season in the tour, Levon Neronian seemed to have success eating his seeds, and the seeds are back. He is snacking on something, and I suspect it is the seeds.
Yeah, I think I was in Armenia many, many moons ago, and I remember there was a very nice treat where I think it's roasted pumpkin seeds. Very, very good for the brain.
Yeah.
Okay, secret to success there.
Yeah.
I did not know that. Maybe I should try some.
Brain seeds.
Yeah.
Brain seeds.
I do know that Magnus is very particular. Well, he maybe used to be very particular when it came to nutrition. You know, he wouldn't be eating sugar because sugar would give him too much of a rush, and then there would be the dip. And the same goes for caffeine as well. Too many dips, and you need your energy to be stable. And
You've got to plant the seeds for success.
Ooh, I like it. But David, you like to be hungry when you play. You said that before.
Yeah.
You don't like to snack on something.
Yeah, I don't mind a little bit, but I definitely can't have a full meal just before a chess game, because for the first hour or two, I'll just feel lethargic, a bit drowsy if I've just eaten.
But how about during the game, especially if it's a long classical game? If you feel a dip in energy, what will you eat?
Yeah, I like to bring a banana or chocolate bars maybe, but I'm not really, I mean, I'm too disorganized basically to go to the supermarket. So often I'm rushing for a game, I'm like, oh wait, I need a snack, and there's nothing available. So yeah, I think bananas, maybe a chocolate bar or two are good ideas. Or these seeds. Yeah. You need the seeds to succeed.
Oh.
Sorry, I'll stop now. But,
start selling that. Get a hold of whatever Levon is eating and just repack it into suck seeds.
Yeah, if he wins.
Sell it to chess players.
If he wins, we need to all do that.
Yeah, and well, the game is continuing in the course that David predicted early on. Black is getting ready to castle the king to the left, and here we have it, a very sharp position. And well, whilst Levon Neronian is munching on the seeds, well, we also love to see your selfies because it is the final and it's getting all dramatic. And Mark Keener says, play chess against this guy. And I'm pretty sure this is Marvin, the alien from, I want to say,
Is it Space Jam or?
Yeah.
Yeah, Looney Tunes?
That's the one.
Is it? Yeah?
Yeah.
I love that movie.
Yeah. And I can't remember whether Marvin is fierce or whether Marvin is depressed.
That's another film, isn't it? Like
I think that's Hitchhiker's Guide to the
Hitchhiker's Guide
to the Galaxy.
Marvin is the depressed robot there.
Yeah.
42. My age is the
meaning of life.
Meaning of life, that's right. Yeah, the depressed robot. So, yeah. That's
And also, Bassem says that they thought that their turtle would win the prize yesterday, but he didn't. So he's going to replace it with the two little turtles. And sends us some more greetings from Tunisia. Thank you very much, Bassem. And they're so cute, aren't they?
Absolutely.
I do like turtles. And, yeah. And that, well...
Keep them coming.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Keep them coming. And remember, you can take your selfies, or you can send us your thoughts, and even enter the Crypto Cup Challenge by tweeting us using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And when it comes to the Crypto Cup Challenge, don't be shy.
No.
Just test yourself and see what fun you can have.
Absolutely. And if you have questions as well for our experts in the studio, use Twitter and we can answer any questions you might have. And my question right now, David, is what's happening on the board? The king is on that side where we often see drama.
Yeah, definitely drama in this game ahead. We're not going to see any quiet kind of strategic battles here. We're definitely going to see one side attacking. It's yet to be seen which side that will be, where you will hope it's him, because Black's king I mean, there are some defending pieces around it, but it's maybe easier to attack. You can throw pawns towards it. You can throw pieces forward later. It's slightly difficult to attack the white king. Black's only way to do that is to push Harry the H-pawn down the board at some point, but that does take several tempi, several moves. First Levon Neronian, he's just trying to jump in with the black knights, most likely to that outpost on the d5 square that we talked about earlier in front of white's central pawns. But, I mean, if we talk about the position itself, but also maybe the styles of the players, who looks more happy with their position, maybe who's done the better research. Levon, just like the last game, he looks like he's familiar with the plans. He knows where the pieces belong. He knows what he wants to play. Wei Yi spending quite a lot of time for what is, as far as I know, quite a standard position. He could have predicted this Wei Yi. Levon's been playing this opening, the Queen's Gambit accepted, pretty much the whole tournament. So why is he thinking at such an early stage? Yeah. In a well-known type of kind of setup.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, and this is a well-known position. I mean, I would have thought on the other side of that, this position suits Wei Yi, because you mentioned before the round started, he wants something sharp, he wants to attack Iranian, he wants to go for his king, and when you have the kings on the opposite side of the board, that is one of the most interesting cases in chess. No pieces have been exchanged, and you can often just throw your pawns towards your opponent's king, and at some point I think this game will come really to life. Yeah. So I think it's going to be a very exciting middle game. And the last move looks pretty logical to me. Bring the knight maybe into the centre next move and towards black's king. And I'd probably take white in this position just because it's easier for white to play. And again, that's a real thing you have to think about when you're picking your openings. Is the position easy to play? Not always is it a good position, but is it easy to play? Obviously, having a good position kind of helps as well, you know.
Talking of ease of play here, Simon, what would the plans be? Maybe if white's position is slightly easier to play, what would be the easy plans, the simple plans? You mentioned bringing a knight in, maybe? Yeah,
I mean, a knight to the centre, then trying to bring it to a square that's very typical in a Sicilian, this square here, which you're demonstrating, which attacks the queen. That'd be a lovely square for the knight, and I think, you know, if it can ever land there, black would have to capture it. Other ideas, we've talked about what we call a pawn storm, and a pawn storm is, you don't really do this when your king's on the same side because it's very risky, but here, white can start at some point using his pawns, and he can start pushing them up, like the pawn on the wing, all the way up to try and open up black's king. You know, you're using that little warrior. He's like a little assassin, and he's going all the way up the board, and he's going to try to, you know, find a way through the opponent's defences, his king. So, and both of those ideas.
Yeah.
Jovanka, we may have seen this before, right?
I have actually never seen this before, but I can tell you, one of us in the panel has actually played a game in it.
I know who that is.
And it's Sabino Brunello and David Howell. 2017, the game ended in a draw. So my question to you, David, is how comfortable did you feel in this position with the black pieces?
Very good question. I did not feel comfortable at all. That was the first time ever, that game, that I'd played this setup for black in a tournament game. And I'd done a lot of studying beforehand. I prepared for 2-3 hours. I hadn't predicted this exact variation from white, but I'd looked at the ideas, and suddenly we got to the board, and I was just sitting there thinking, oh, my position is so much uglier over the board than it looks on a computer screen when the computer says, oh, it's roughly level. And I did draw that game. I got a decent position, but yeah.
Did you ever play it again?
Not in classical chess, I think.
In classical, right? Yeah. So that's good. So you must not like the kind of positions, and you often find that, don't you? Even when you prepare, you kind of, it's very easy just to look at the computer and not to look at the position, because you're following so much what the computer says. But you actually have to, like, do I like this position? And we've mentioned some of the plans that white's got, and it just seems like it's a bit easier for white to play. But Iranian has picked this line, so he must have some confidence in it from the black side as well.
Black is still relatively solid. These pawns, he hasn't touched them. So if you touch one of the pawns, Simon, you mentioned the word hook a couple of days ago, and then there's a hook, something that white can grab on and kind of wrench apart the black structure, but these pawns haven't committed. That's good defensively. There are 2 knights around the black king, so even in that game when when I didn't like my position, when things went slightly wrong, I did have knights around to jump into outposts and to hold everything together. Meanwhile, white just pushes a pawn to defend his knight. Just a rock-solid square.
Are we still in Howell's game?
Don't think this last move was, at least. And black, meanwhile, does have plans. For example, black can push this pawn, start chipping away at white's kind of the spearhead of white's pawn structure. Black can also just soften up the black king. And you mentioned the little warrior for white. This could be a little warrior for black. If it ever lands anywhere near the white king, then long-term, white's king does feel a bit unsafe. So, yeah, a bit of manoeuvring ahead, I expect. But either way, both sides are going to attack. In that game, at some point, white did try to jump in with a knight. It might be quite similar, and then we'll see that exchange that Simon mentioned.
Yeah. So are we in for another entertaining fighting game?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic.
I mean, this is not going to be your boring draw where everything is symmetrical. No. Here, there is a real fight on the board. And one thing that I find, again, quite curious is how little time Levon has used on his clock.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah. And I have to say, I would say to all our viewers, be cautious about playing your moves so quickly. Yes, it's a sign of confidence, but do remember that there is like years and years of study behind these moves that Iranian is making. And if you're just learning the game, then be a little bit more careful. And just scout the whole board before you play instantly. And the reason I'm saying this is because often as children, we play incredibly quickly. Yeah. And, everyone is playing a 2-hour game. And as children, we're in it for 5 minutes and then we're out.
I think when we're young, we don't realise how much scope there is. We think that we know the best way. We believe in our innate ability. We think, OK, I'm just going to go straight for the king. Done. But at higher levels, yeah, there's always so much more detail. There's always finesse. There's always little kind of things here and there that we want to consider, that we should spend time considering. And yeah, unfortunately, not all of us have time, like these professional players, to. I mean, all of the viewers at home, they won't have time to study as much as some of these guys have done.
Of course.
Levon, I'm sure he's studied this type of position at least for dozens and dozens, or maybe even hundreds of hours in his life.
Wow.
So that's why he can play so quickly. He's familiar with the ideas, the patterns. It's just adapting those patterns and into the position, into the exact move orders.
Yep. And I think the plans you pointed out, David, look very sensible here. If I was black here, I'd certainly want to start doing something against my opponent's king, even if it's a very long plan, trying to push one of those pawns. And I reckon in like 5 to 10 moves, it's just going to come to light, this position, because both sides are going to get near their opponent's king, and we're going to see loads of tactics. So I'm excited about this one. And this is the first time Lev has really slowed down now. So it's maybe a sign that he's got to work out what his plan is in the middle game. And it just seems a little bit trickier for black to play, but it's certainly not a bad position for black either at the moment. You've got to think they're playing the Olympiad soon, and I wouldn't have thought, they want to show all their preparation, because the Olympiad, I mean, is a really, really big event, and obviously we're going to have Mr. Ashley on, aren't we, soon?
Yeah.
So, and America are the top seeds, which Lev is now playing for, so it's going to be very exciting to see how he's done, because he's won gold medal for Armenia before, so
3 times. I mean, that's
3
amazing.
times is incredible. Yeah.
Wow.
Armenia is such a small country, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, and they've won 3 times. I think Russia didn't win at all in the meantime.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just going to have to interrupt you both, because what do you think about this move, which came, I'll be honest with you, as a complete shock? I mean, I was thinking that black should perhaps play in a really aggressive fashion, very directly. This one is very subtle.
Yeah. Trying to work out the idea behind it. The Black Queen just retreating out of the way of her rook, I guess. We do talk as well about Queen standing opposite enemy rooks, and White's rook was on the d-file. Maybe the Black Queen felt a bit uncomfortable there. But that Black Queen, she will need to move again later to get out.
Yeah, I mean,
get active.
It's getting out the way of that knight jump, isn't it? When the rook could open up, but it's a really passive square for the Black Queen. I mean, it's just purely a defensive square there. It can't be used at all. And that gives... I mean, if I saw that move, I'd be feeling really confident, because I'd be like, oh, great, my opponent has played a negative move, as in a defensive move. that's good. That means I don't even have to rush this position, but I've got him on the retreat a little bit. There's a couple of tempting options. I think Wei Yi's last move was to give himself space for the bishop, and he can start doing stuff on the queen side with that pawn we've mentioned as well. I guess, David, you know, I mean, we saw yesterday one of the big mistakes that happened was Duda doing this pawn move a bit prematurely before he had got his bishops to the best squares. So I would probably just...
You want to retreat?
I'd probably just move that bishop back one square if I was white here.
Back away.
Maybe my queen has a bit more length, but it gets out of the way of any knight jumps, and it's a safer square. Just a nice, you know, my opponent's played a nothing move, so maybe I play a nothing move, but a better nothing move. Yeah. That's the way I'll be looking at the position here.
Yeah, you improve a loose piece, makes sense. The bishop steps back, and then only then will you decide whether to push these pawns forward or whether to jump in with the knight. Maybe, like you said, maybe jump out with the queen at some point, somewhere. Yeah, it's a bit odd. I mean, if you showed me this move, this queen retreat, the black queen looks pretty nice right now, but if you showed me this move and you didn't tell me who was playing, I would say, oh, it's maybe a slightly lower rated player who's inexperienced, who doesn't realise that the queen is pretty safe for now. Because also, I mean, how is this queen ever going to get out? She's going to have to use this square again just to kind of enter the action, to enter the game. So, yeah, strange one from Levon Neronian. Oh. Talking about the bar as well, white has a +1 advantage, but that's because computers really love this type of pawn structure. Sometimes they overestimate white's chances when white has this kind of extra space. If you compare it to black's pawn structure is nice and compact, like these pawns not committed, these pawns not committed, but therefore black struggles with space. I think black's dream as well is to swap off maybe a set of minor pieces. Okay, he jumps in white now. If black can trade off a set of minor pieces, he doesn't get cramped, he doesn't struggle for space. But
really surprised about that move because you know, your opponent, that's what your opponent's prepared for.
Yeah.
That's the only move that makes black's queen retreat look sensible. Yeah. Any other move at all, and it doesn't make black, you know, it doesn't make the last move. He's making that weird move look sensible by putting the knight there. So why do that? I mean, it can't be a bad move, but this is always there, and you don't need to rush such a move. Maybe it's a really strong move, but it just seems a little bit funny to me, a little bit. I mean,
how would you react to this kind of funny-looking move, then, Simon?
I'd want to take that knight off. I mean, because it's so strong, if I can. So let's see. And then I guess, can I just capture the rook first?
Yep, you can trade a set of rooks.
And let's say I put another rook. Again, I'm making that queen move look sensible now. And when you move your queen, I just take the central square with a knight, or one of the squares with my knight, for example. And you know, here, you know, I've got nice control over the centre, and I think I'm feeling pretty happy here, generally. But that knight is worth the bishop.
Well, so he's going for your plan, Simon, and I completely agree with you.
Yeah, this knight looks beautiful. All black needs is to somehow activate the queen, and all of black's pieces are doing some pretty good work. OK, computer, again, not a fan of what Levon's doing, but from a human point of view, this looks really sensible. We could see a situation where white just eliminates this knight, tries to swap off rooks and tries to bail out for a draw, but that would just be opposite colour bishops. Here, white does have the bishop pair, but they're not great because the centre is mostly blocked. We talked about crisscrossing bishops earlier, but these bishops, they're just staring at kind of granite, they're staring at rocks. I was looking at the square, you know, the crisscross.
Trying to get it working,
Trying to get something working, and the action is actually on this central square where the knight sits, but black has that one locked down.
The investigations continue.
Yeah.
We need to write like a doctor's
thesis.
On this subject.
On this pattern,
If anyone wants to fund our research into this phenomenon.
Which might take place down the Goodnight pub after the show. So do feel free to send us some cash for the research. Yes, indeed. We would enjoy that.
Yes, we would. And, OK, the knight is in the middle of the board. I mean, this is the big question, to take the knight or to play with the bishops, after all. Two bishops are better than one.
Yeah, maybe if you take the knight, Jovanka, then I move the rook, do I? And I maybe prefer black's position there, because, I don't know, possibly, I think.
Yeah, it might depend on specifics. So, for example, if we do jump in, you guys are saying, bishop takes knight is maybe the most logical move. Makes sense. Black's rook swings across to create this pin, and the bishop can't move. Can white try and launch an attack against the black king by, for example, pushing a pawn forward after the rook takes the bishop, now jumping out, threatening checkmate on this square?
A little bit scary.
Yeah.
A little bit scary, isn't it?
Black can block, but now the black queen is kind of tied down where she is just to stop the white queen sneaking in, giving checkmate. Now white could, for example, bring the rook across. But, yeah, maybe black is just in time to swap off these rooks. Yeah, it feels like black is really solid somehow. There's only one checkmating idea for white, and it can be prevented. There's too much else going on in the position.
Way down to 4 minutes on the clock. Yeah. Is it him playing slow or Levon just playing very fast?
It's a bit of both. At move 20 in general in rapid chess, you don't want to have used much more than half your time. I mean, we've seen plenty of games go beyond move 50, 60, even sometimes 100. So to have only 4 minutes left now is not ideal. That being said, I'm always in this situation myself, so I understand. Especially when Wei Yi, he was caught maybe with a small surprise in the opening. So it took him 5 or so minutes just to adapt, just to get used to the opening. Now is when the big decisions are made. Now is when the game is decided, you know, on the strategic. Do you play bishop takes knight? Do you keep your bishop pair? Do you go on the attack? All those big questions. So I'm not surprised he's investing the time now. It's just Iranian making him look slow.
But he does have to save some time because, yeah, this is one critical moment, but there's more to come.
Definitely.
And we're still in the middle game, and 3 minutes now for Wei Yi. And I can just look at Levon. He's looking confident. He's looking like he's got everything under control. He's not in any danger whatsoever. And those seeds are packing a punch.
Yeah, I was going to say also, if that bishop now moves, which is attacked, then it just seems like it validates the reason that knight jump was too premature, because he could have this same position by waiting with that. Had he moved that bishop and moved before, you know, he could be saving a whole tempo, because there wasn't really much. Black was very cramped, and the other thing to bear in mind, exchanges help the player decide who's got the more cramped position. And, you know, 4 or 5 moves ago, black had much less space than white because of white's pawns in the centre. And he has moved that bishop again. Obviously not a bad move, but he could have this position with white to move. So just exchanges have helped black. And, I mean, I still think white's, by the way, absolutely fine. If not, I'd still prefer to be white. But, you know, that's what you get when you play this opening.
Could have been even better, maybe. And
yeah, just all the little bits add up, don't they? When you're playing someone as class as Lev.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one tiny criticism I would make about Wei Yi and some of the other younger players. They do rush slightly in these kind of slower positions, and maybe Levon, he's sensed that. Hence, that black queen move that we said was mysterious. He sensed that Wei Yi was going to do something kind of, something just a bit too hasty, and he was like, OK, if he's going to jump in, I'm going to get ready for that. But he's not going to wait and manoeuvre like we were saying. He's not going to slowly improve his pieces because it's the young way. It's kind of, I think we've all been there when we were young, right? We don't want to sit and wait. We want to go.
Some of us never grow up either, David. It's like, I'm still there, unfortunately. I mean, you know, I need to...
It's a fun way to play chess.
I can't wait till your course comes out. Then I can learn to grind. That's my grinding move. Let's not do it. Grind like a grandmaster. Exactly. Yeah, and this course you've done with Magnus is going to be fantastic, right? I mean, Magnus hasn't done many courses, so very much looking forward to getting the gruesome twosome.
Yeah, the world's best chess player and the world's best chess expert teaming up for a chessable course. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, this game could still be a long grind, especially while the queens and rooks remain on the board. But even if they came off, white does have the bishop pair. Some small long-term hopes there. I just think that black's bishop and black's knight are too strong right now. They should be able to hold the balance. I wouldn't be surprised if the black queen started coming out. I like what Wei Yi's done as well. That white dart-squared bishop on the diagonal has stopped black's rook from swinging to the d-file.
Well, he's moved that knight away from that very strong square, David. And, I mean, Jovanka, would you have thought... I wouldn't have thought about that move, but...
No, but then again, I thought Wei Yi was being very smart. I mean, I didn't quite appreciate the point of his bishop move out there until I was like, well, you know, black should just cement the knight. But if you make any weaknesses on the dark squares, well, there's going to be a trade, and then the bishop can cement itself on d6 square, and that is going to be very unpleasant. So I think Levon made a very interesting choice. I don't think, I'll be honest, I would make that same move. I think I would perhaps have stepped forward with the queen to overprotect the knight.
You know what he wants, guys? He wants an octopus on the board. He wants an octopus knight on the d3 square.
I've just remembered the name for that was coined by Jan-Krzysztof in Norway chess. The Kraken.
Kraken?
The Kraken. A knight that sits there on the d3 square would be called a Kraken. That's like an octopus, the most scary type, right? Whereas
sailors and pirates were terrified of
the Kraken.
The Kraken.
Kraken. Yes.
And in this position, black's knight, we talk about the Kraken, the octopus. This knight could install itself on the d3 square, but Wei Yi has done a great job with the white queen. The white queen, notice how it covers all 3 pawns that this knight is attacking. So this black knight now is actually much worse than it looks. It looks like a fantastic piece supported by black's bishop, but now the white rook can simply swing across, and look at the knight, it's actually trapped behind enemy lines. It's actually going to drop off.
I'm really not sure about Iranian's plan, I have to say. I thought you could have moved the bishop and pushed his g-pawn and then got the rook in the centre, like, you know, for example. Just keep that knight there, you know, and get the rook in the middle. You know, why not play something like this? I think that knight is just so nice. I mean, OK, it's come back now, but is the knight really better on this square than it was in the middle of the board? I'm not convinced at the moment. I mean, I don't see how this has helped Lev's position, really, this manoeuvre, personally. OK, you're attacking the queen, you're attacking the pawn, but they're very easy to defend. And also now there's an open file, which white has the chance to control because of that bishop. And it wasn't an open file before the knight was blocking it. So I'm liking Wei Yi's position now.
It feels like the calm before the storm, though. These little bit small moves, and the clocks are ticking. Wei Yi, I mean, he's under 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
It's like this will explode.
It definitely will explode. And I suspect that Levon has to do a bit of repair work. I mean, there's going to be critical played along that open line, and he has to act now.
Yeah. I just don't see how to get the black rook in the game. That's the problem. Black's rook, the d8 square is controlled by white's dark square bishop.
Surely you have to move the bishop so you can move the pawn. That's the only thing I was thinking black can do. Because you need to get that rook in, don't you? I mean, what else can you do here? What moves can black play? This is always the problem. I can't see what moves black can do here.
Almost nothing.
You know, it's. I'd want to move that knight back and put it in the middle if I was black here, actually.
So I'll just suggest something strange from a beginner. If that dark squared bishop, the white one, is the problem for Levon, how about blocking with the pawn?
That's what we want.
OK.
This bishop. So we can't block with this pawn yet, because this square is actually protected twice, so we would lose a pawn. After pawn takes pawn, a capture and a recapture, white would emerge with an extra pawn at the end. But, yeah, that's the right idea, Kaja. And, wow, he moves his bishop to this square. This is really odd. But the idea is to block out this key bishop from covering the d8 square. He wants to next move, no matter what white does. For example, if white swings the rook to the open file, he wants to push this pawn forward. So still blocking the bishop, kicking it away.
So basically, Kaja, you nailed it.
Yeah.
You nailed it. You nailed the move. Yeah, you did. Yeah, no, you did. You got the right idea.
And I would have just moved that pawn right away.
We have fireworks, right, happening on the board.
Yes.
Yeah,
because
so one attack was met by a counter-attack, hitting white's bishop, and white doesn't want to part with the bishop pair. White's king sits on this flank as well. So what do you think? Has this weakened white's king, pushing this pawn forward? Now we see a trade of rooks.
And now the rook comes in.
Yeah, this is big. This makes... This is really good. No, and black's certainly improved his position with the last couple of moves, I feel. So.
Yeah. Now, the rooks, if they come off... I mean, if they come off on black's terms, then black is the only one who occupies this open file. The queen can't jump in anywhere yet, but maybe it could offer itself up for a trade at some point, and at least you control this d-file with the queen. I guess Wei Yi's idea in the current position, is it to soften up the black pawns on this flank? That's the only justification I think why white would push this pawn and open up the white king.
Yeah. I suppose it's worth thinking, you know, what do both sides want to exchange? And I originally I was thinking, maybe Lev wants to get rid of the heavy pieces. The heavy pieces are the rooks and queens. But then I was thinking, actually, it's probably Wei Yi because of some of the moves that you demonstrated there, David, those pawn pushes. I'm not convinced, but, you know, there could be mass exchanges on the open file. Who do we think that benefits? I mean, Jovanka, if the queens and rooks come off, would you think that helps white or black?
You know, I was puzzling about this issue, and I
just for
couldn't
example,
come up with a solution, actually. I mean, I was thinking, well, white could actually be doing very well, but then again, black, you could have some long-term potential. So I was really, really undecided. I would have needed to just look at this position and investigate it for a lot more than a few minutes.
I think this would definitely favour white. I mean, you're going to create some weaknesses. If this black pawn was kind of further back, then I think maybe black would be okay, but I do feel that there'll be some weaknesses on this side of the board.
The bar is now jumping up for Levon Neronian.
Yeah, it's jumping up. This last bishop, so the rooks came off the board, and this last bishop retreat, slightly mysterious. At the very least, black can kind of go to the corner, attack this pawn, and force the white bishop back where it came from, and black could repeat the position. So I think right now, black has that safety net. If he wants, he can attack this pawn and force white's bishop back where it came from. Go for the draw, but
I guess he's also thinking about the ending, David, here, isn't he? Because he can now go for that ending.
And swap the queens.
If he so wishes, but I'm agreeing with you. Unless black can get something very quick from that, the queen exchange should help white. It's not even a case of the two bishops, is it, really? It's the case that black's pawns are weaker than white's pawns when the queens get exchanged.
One thing I would love to do as black, just push a pawn, give the black king some breathing space while the queens remain on the board, just in case.
Yeah, I agree with you, David. I'm also, if I were playing with the black pieces, I would be looking at ways to mobilise the black knight. It kind of irritates me that it's just on that square.
You could make an argument for coming in here.
That's what I want.
Retreating and then kind of sliding into the centre. Yeah, the problem is if you move the knight, then white could offer to swap the queens. Again, we have to make that decision. Do you swap the queens? Do you trade them off? And maybe Levon Neronian doesn't want to trade the queens in the current position because he's got 6 minutes against 40 seconds. So you want to keep the queens on the board if you want to keep winning chances.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe there would be annoying moves later. Maybe you can offer, you know...
I didn't realise Wei Yi's under a minute. I mean, sort of he's got 40 seconds, so...
So what do you think right now? Looking at the clock, looking at the board, will we have a winner in this game too?
I don't know. It's in the balance. If anyone, I would say Iranian, just because of the momentum of the game. It's all been going black's way ever since Wei Yi kind of rushed and got impatient and kind of made that knight c5 move earlier that Simon was discussing. So it feels like Iranian has asserted his authority slightly on this game. He's been outplaying Wei Yi in kind of small little details, but still a long, long way to go. White's position is still super solid, defending all the pawns.
I've just seen what the computer recommends.
I saw it too.
The computer's on drugs. I mean, it recommends. Just checking, because to me, I like David's move. Give the king an escape square. Just like play some move, but he wants to go b5, of course, David. I mean, no, okay. Anyone? I bet that Iranian doesn't play that move in 100 years or even in this game. Anyone want to bet that he plays b5?
b5.
He'll never ever play that.
Never. No.
So that's pushing the pawn in front of the black king 2 squares. I mean,
sure that.
I mean he'll never play it.
He's not even looking at that move.
No way.
Oh, he can't be. This is apparently what the computer says is
the best move. Yeah.
It looks ridiculous to me.
I mean, if firstly you allow en passant, and we discussed it's very unnatural as a human to even allow that. He doesn't play it.
For a second, I thought it might appear on the board.
That was never going to happen. But I guess the idea is that you bypass white's pawn if he doesn't take. If he takes, OK, great. Black's structure is still pretty solid. But if he doesn't take, then black's knight is on a nice outpost. It can no longer ever be challenged by a pawn. But instead, the knight jumped in, and I really don't like this decision from Levon Neronian if he wants to win this game. Now he plays the idea, but but the queens are off. That is the big difference. And OK, now he pushes his pawn. He's got an idea of creeping in with his king. But same idea with the queens on would have been stronger. And with Wei Yi under 40 seconds, he's so happy the queens have come off. With the queens on, all 3 results possible. Still all 3 results possible, but white has a margin for error. With the queens off. OK, a trade of pawns.
And do you think that Wei Yi will perhaps instinctively try to soften up the No, he doesn't. He retreats the bishop.
Yeah.
And this is a nice overprotecting move. I like it. I mean, maybe not the most direct, but I think it's very good.
What do you think, guys, if the Black Knight ever jumps in, or maybe not to this square, but for example, in a square like this, will we ever see a trade going into opposite colour bishops? Is Wei Yi playing for the draw?
I'd be surprised. I mean, just from the evidence of Wei Yi's previous games, even when he's short time, he doesn't really like that draw, does he? He'll play on and on, but it may be a wise decision. I mean, if the knight comes to the centre, that's even maybe a little bit tricky, that ending.
Yeah.
Slightly tricky, yeah.
So, okay, instead the Black Knight jumps into the d3 square. We saw this reward Levon Iranian yesterday against Duda, and he's maybe hinting at taking it off.
Maybe you're right. Maybe he will, just because that would be just a draw immediately. If he gets the opposite card of bishops in an ending, as I'm sure most of you are aware, opposite card of bishops is often a draw. We're talking about Bobby Fischer, and it was Spassky who said, you know, I think when he divorced his wife, he was like, we were just like opposite coloured bishops moving on different coloured squares. You know,
Spassky said that, yeah.
Spassky passing each other, you know, not connecting. So, yeah.
I bet many marriages can relate to that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely. But, OK, the knight has been driven backwards. It's gone to the f4 square. And this does allow the white king to take a step forward. And he's chasing that knight.
Is this the way he playing ambitious? Is he trying to find a win in this game? Even with 42 seconds on his clock?
I have a feeling that he's just trying to gain time on his clock. He's only got 42 seconds. And before you initiate active operations, it's always good to build some extra time.
I guess he can draw here, right? He can go bishop takes knight, and we get mass exchanges. He'll probably win a pawn.
He's done that.
So this is a drawing move, definitely. As in, you're going to win a kingside pawn as white here, I think. And
yeah,
this is
one of your pawns drops on the queen side. At least black can win a pawn right now. The white a2 pawn is hanging. There we go. So yeah, as you mentioned, Simon, white will win a pawn on the opposite flank most likely. And it should be a draw now.
Is it so easy, actually, if you push this f-pawn? Because after all, the h6 pawn is going to drop, and then you have a nice passed pawn to advance.
That pawn's easy to deal with for black, unfortunately.
OK.
Black's bishop will just slide down to the b1 square, guard the diagonal. But, yeah, at least we'll see this game continue for a while. It's not the most dead of opposite colour bishop endgames. Usually they're completely balanced, don't even have to discuss it. But here we will see some pawn imbalances, some pawn races potentially.
OK. Very tense, this final so far. This is game 2 in the first match. The first one ended with a draw. Levon had the white pieces in that one. Some fighting, but it was a draw. And in this one as well, we're seeing some fighting, but it feels tense. It feels like they're not daring to put all out there because it's just so critical to lose a game.
It kind of feels like two big cats kind of like circling each other, you know, just maybe prodding here, trying to see a weakness.
Yeah.
And, well, Levon pushes his c-pawn forward, and now we're going to see the h-pawn become passed.
Yeah. Black's king, meanwhile, ready to enter the position. White's king doing the same. You've got to use those kings in the endgame. And, yeah, looks like a decent plan for black. Centralising the black king. White's king doing the same, of course. Black does have a 2 versus 1 on the other side, so white can't fully ignore that and push his h-pawn forward. The central pawn for white under fire right now. Yeah, unfortunately, I think neither side has too many chances here. OK, white's going for it. Valuation bar slightly up for white. OK, just recorrecting itself.
Yeah, I mean, still some play left, I guess. I mean, like Jovanka mentioned that pass pawn. White at the moment does have a pass pawn, and black doesn't have a pass pawn. So I'd be shaking hands here, though.
I think he has an idea, and it's a bit long. And of course, black is also playing. But you know, somehow the miracle would be is if the dark square bishop could stop black's passed pawns, and then
For example, something like this.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be very helpful. And then somehow or other, the White King managed to...
So you need kind of all the stars to align, say black does nothing, the White King steps in, and finally the White King steps in, wins this pawn, or helps this pawn run forward, and supports it going to the h7 square.
You basically need Iranian to play like 5 terrible moves to get a slight chance. I don't see that happening. And probably the same goes the other way around, right? I mean, Iranian can get a pass pawn, but he's going to need Wei Yi to play some terrible moves in order to make that of any use whatsoever.
Yeah.
So
he's trying a similar plan. Maybe he's provoked this pawn to march forward. Now he's going back, so he's hoping that Levon plays this move that we highlighted. Just allowing the white bishop kind of to come round and sit on a nice square, blockading the black pawns. Yeah, it's interesting. It definitely feels like Wei Yi now that all the risk is out of the position, that he's going to try and probe and hope for some kind of inaccuracies from Levon. All white needs actually is to put the bishop on this square, and then he can start going in with his king.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bit of play.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we've written off too soon. Maybe Iranian is the one defending.
You'd be playing this on, wouldn't you, David?
Yeah. Rule 101 of grinding, never agree a draw. Fight till king versus king if you need to.
Have you always been like that? I mean, because I know personally, like, when I was a lot younger, I was kind of prone to taking draws. Then I realised, like, you know, taking draws is just bad for your chess. You don't learn anything, and you should always basically avoid taking a draw. But when I was younger, I was very happy to take a draw and, you know, just get it over with in occasions if I was a bit scared, a bit nervous. But have you been always a fighter, always avoiding draws?
Yeah, at least until the last few years. I mean, recently in the last few years, I took a few more draws, or at least guided games towards draws, just because I was feeling tired or something in life was affecting me and I just wanted to save my energy, maybe. But when I was younger, I didn't care about saving energy. I just wanted to fight, I wanted to win, and I wanted to learn. And
it's a great strategy. And Jovanka, I was obviously going to ask you the same question. I mean, have you always avoided draws, or
No, I was like you, Simon. I took draws when I was feeling slightly nervous or playing someone with a higher rating. And, well. Look which pawn advanced forward.
So
slightly strange decision.
It is a bit strange. And now the h-pawn takes 2 squares forward.
Yeah, so black's pawns are easily blockaded, at least. Iranian just wants to do all the work with his king. He's kind of initiating a race in a way. So black's king wants to come down towards that white b-pawn. It takes a long, long time. And meanwhile, white's h-pawn is very strong.
It's a little bit, I mean, if I was black, I'd start to be like, oh, hang on a minute, this is not as easy as I thought. And I'd be starting to get a bit worried, basically, here. So,
yeah. Just the fact that white's plan is so straightforward.
Yep.
Oh.
Certainly.
Push the h-pawn now, maybe?
I mean, this looked like a good way to... I mean, the black king is coming very close to the white's remaining pawn on that side of the board. So, so I think it's still absolutely fine.
Ooh, 10 seconds for Wei Yi, though.
It is.
Should be.
Big threat, though. White's h-pawn is 2 squares away. Black's king needs to move away so that his bishop guards the diagonal.
Look at Levon.
He's panicking. Big decision. Where does he put the king? He has a choice of 4 squares right now. One of them clearly loses. You can't put the black king on c2 because you continue blocking your bishop. You need to jump out the way.
Do you think he might be actually gambling on getting his own queen?
Pushing a pawn?
You're pushing the pawn?
Maybe, but that would be super risky. Surely.
I like the gamble.
And I like the way you said jump out the way.
Jump out the way,
So
definitely meant that.
It's got a very chess name because we say Wei.
Yeehaw.
All right, well, look at Levon. He is not looking comfortable. The bar is really liking this for Wei Yi. Game 2. Can the Chinese player get a win here?
God, it's really gone up there.
Actually, I was going to say the bar has shot up all the way over to the white side, and we will write this endgame off as a trivial draw.
Yeah.
I mean, the white king, can't it come in? Does it come in now? Well, no, not quite yet.
Zigzag its way in, and on the dark squares, that white king, we highlighted this plan. This is white's main winning plan, and black has done nothing to stop it.
Yeah.
I do have a feeling that Levon's easiest draw all that time ago was to just not bring his king into the center. Black's king should have gone the whole way across the board to the h-file just earlier. Just even if you lose your queen side, lose one of the pawns, it was a dead draw there. Blockade the light squares. Now the black king's just waiting, and look at Wei Yi. He's about to repeat the position once just to...
He loves this.
Oh, he did that yesterday as well.
Oh, he
there we go.
Stacking up time.
Second time we've seen this position.
And now the white king can move forward.
Yeah. Go in.
I mean, but is this winning? This is like such a
calculation is
complicated position. All
Does
of
he
a
have
sudden.
time to calculate a win, Wei Yi?
No, he does have time. Well, 28 seconds is not that much. So he's doing the right thing where he's just building up time on the clock. And when he's got enough, he will make that commitment.
Yeah, but it feels like now you have to stop the black king continuing going towards the white pawns. The white king only has one square to enter the black position, so just use that square now. Levon shaking his head.
Yeah, I mean, this...
Oh, back. He's just trying not to commit Wei Yi.
Yeah. Strange.
Just don't know what he's doing. He could have gone for it with still zero risk involved. Yep. OK, go back with the white king now. It's the only way.
Another thing I noticed, he doesn't like committing Wei Yi, does he? You know, he always tries to do every single thing else before he makes a decision, you know, when it comes to these type of things. And he loves going around in circles, really.
That's the way of the grinder.
The way of the grinder, like it. Yeah.
He's doing a good job of grinding.
Yeah, he's
I'm getting in there.
getting into the grind mode.
Exactly.
Commitment issues maybe as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily a bad thing as well. Often, just by going round in circles like this, where he might provoke a mistake from Levon. Levon might get impatient, be like, "Come on, let's start this race, this pawn race. Let's do something at least." Okay, the black king, we're going back, just stopping any potential incursions from the white king. Computer hates it, of course, but white's king now is likely to step up one square. Feels like he's.
Now, you guys?
Sorry.
Will we have a winner in this game? What do you think now?
I have a feeling if the position is objectively winning, we're not 100% sure. A lot of calculation is needed. Once white's king starts going into the position, he'll drop some pawns and a race will start. But if the position is objectively winning, I think Wei Yi will win, because he will go for it eventually. He won't just repeat the position and go for a draw. He has to go in with the white king.
Yeah.
Now, go in.
Yeah, you have to play
Now
this
is the
move
time.
at some point, don't you?
Yeah, I was a bit surprised by Lev waiting with his king. I thought he would wait with his bishop. Okay, no.
Still delaying.
He's still not committing the king. Move it forward.
Yeah, I'm wondering, due to the black king location, did he miss this small window of opportunity earlier? Or, I mean, why is he not going in with a white king now? I just don't understand.
I mean, this is going to be a draw soon. This brings back flashbacks of Anisha's game, you know, when they had the 50 move rule. And it went all the way to 50 moves. I mean, he had to push that pawn, didn't he? And
that's the extremes of commitment issues, where Anish didn't want to commit, he didn't want to gamble, he was happy to kind of leave the tournament rather than gamble.
This must be 3 times now. I mean,
Okay, the king.
Now, finally, the
He
king's coming.
steps up the board. And, OK, Levon follows suit.
but I was thinking yeah, OK. I mean, this position kind of is key, right?
Yeah, but it will be a race, whatever happens. And White could have had that exact position with himself to move about 15, 20 moves ago. So what is the key now? Can you advance with the white king forward? You do give up the white g-pawn, but of course he's not going to commit yet. He's going to wait around.
Yeah. And join himself too much here.
Yeah.
I guess the idea is the white king at some point has to zigzag 2 squares in and then push the h-pawn, right?
Yeah.
This is the way to do it.
The only way to win.
And black will then have to give his bishop up for that pawn. And can black then draw that position?
Yeah, let's maybe jump in, because Wei Yi, he's got to go for this if he wants to win. His only winning plan is to jump in, as Simon mentions. The black king will take a pawn. He jumps in again. I'm not really sure where the black king goes. But then you win black's bishop. And the question is, for example, after, I guess, this pawn pushes, what else for black? The question is, here, are you winning as white? Can you stop these 2 pawns? And can you keep your own pawn alive? Wei Yi thinks this is a draw, and maybe it is, because White's king is so poorly placed. White's king is just...
I'd be a little bit scared playing that position as White as well. I mean...
That's why he's not going for it. He's scared of this position.
I mean, you could lose that ending in some extreme cases, because those pawns are really quick. So I can understand why he hasn't gone for this, and that would indicate it's probably a draw, right?
Yeah. I mean, I was just wondering whether he could try to be smart and put his bishop on a better square. So...
I mean, the problem is, in the current position, where does White put his bishop? He's kind of used this square, he's used this square, he's used this square and this square.
Yeah, my vibe was to put it on the d6 square.
OK, on this square. Interesting. So in the current position, he could go there. What's the difference if Black waits?
Yeah, and the whole point is that the pawn doesn't come with time. When it
doesn't hit you later. So, for example, you could go for it now. I think it would end up in the exact same position, unfortunately. But, yeah, it's all about whether White at some point can go in with the king, zigzag, and win the Black bishop by pushing this pawn. Just doesn't look possible, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks a little bit dangerous. And 4 seconds, and, yeah, I don't think he's going to go for it at all.
No, it's just too much risk involved at the moment, and you can't take the risk with 10 seconds on your clock. No, he's probably spent the last 20 moves calculating that line as well, so...
Yeah, I think... And it looks like they're going to shake hands. Have they shaken hands now?
Yeah. And shaking his head as well, Levon, Iranian, with the pieces in this game too. It ends with a draw. What's happening? Oh, that's the analysis board.
Oh, sorry, I was still playing through. Sorry, I was just trying to figure out where White might have missed a win. I'm still unclear.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, let's take a look at it, David. Keep going. What happened in this game?
Yeah, because we saw the computer suddenly go up, the evaluation bar. It seemed to say that White was doing very, very well around here, and it looks like this bishop retreat was the move that helped Black to draw. It looked like he had just a one-move window of opportunity where he, instead of retreating his bishop and, as we saw, just kind of go back and forth and not commit, White's king could have come forward now. The Black king retreats, the White king steps forward, and the key difference is that Black's bishop is not on a safe square. It's not protecting its pawn here. So either Black goes back with a bishop and loses a move. If you retreat, then White can keep this pawn alive. That's the key. But if you don't retreat with the bishop, then after the Black king takes a pawn, now you take this one first as White. And same idea. For example, if the Black bishop retreats, now you move across with the king, you make a new queen, or you at least win Black's bishop. And the key is you get the same position, but Black has lost the f7 pawn. So one move opportunity there for Wei Yi, but he didn't spot it. He delayed too long, and it was a draw.
They are still tied after 2 games in this first match in the final. Game 3, Levon will have the white pieces. It's starting in about 13 minutes. We're going to have a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will be joined by the American Grandmaster, Maurice Ashley. Looking forward to that, so stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes.
So we just race to the line. I'm definitely going to crash. Set, go!
When someone asks me how my chess game is going,
sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
FTX Road to Miami Game 3 in the first match, and the final is coming up in about 10 minutes. But now we are very excited to be joined by the American Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Welcome to our show.
Thank you so much for having me. Much appreciated.
It's great to see you again, Maurice. And we saw you in the World Championship match in Dubai. You were doing the press conferences with Magnus and Nepomniachtchi. What have you been up to over the past 6 months?
No, nothing. I've just been hanging out. Actually, I have been taking a break from commentary. I decided that this year would be the year that I didn't do any commentary whatsoever. I wanted to really focus on content creation, and that's why I'm here in Barcelona actually recording my very first Chessable video. Wow. And as we speak, I'm concluding it now. I've been here for a few days already, so excited to bring that video to fruition. But this has been a content creation year for me, and it's been a lot of fun, a little bit of relief from the grind of being a chess commentator, as you know quite well.
Absolutely. And I think everyone's wondering, though, Maurice, can you reveal what will the Chessable course be about?
It's a secret. Actually, no, it will be called Secrets of Chess Geometry. And it's funny because on the show earlier in game 1 of this match, you started talking about the crisscrossing bishops and the intersecting point. And it's very funny because my video exactly talks about those intersecting points. Is a term I introduced called the point of concurrency, which will be explained in the video. So I was laughing as you were talking about maybe copywriting it, and I'm thinking, it's already in my video.
That is such a cool coincidence. Okay, well, David, I guess you will be all over that course then.
Yeah, I'm going to be the #1 subscriber to Maurice's course.
Yeah. That is very cool, Maurice, to hear that you're digging into that. So we don't have to do that now. We can just check out Maurice Ashley's Chessable course. Now, Maurice, in this tournament as well, FTX Road to Miami, we had 6 Americans playing and some young ones. Sam Sevian and Jeffrey Chong, they did amazing in the preliminaries. How excited as an American are you to see those youngsters do so well?
You know, I'm happy that my countrymen are doing that well, but to be truthful, when you crash and burn before getting to the finals, you just feel like they didn't get it done. We really need to go all the way. We want to see the young guns really rise and punch hard, and they had real chances in the matches that they lost. I really should have won those matches. I'm sure they're disappointed. The competitors that they are, Jeffrey and Sam, they're thinking, give me another chance. I'm going to show you what I could do. But kudos to the players who did make it this far, and so far a very tight match between Wei Yi and the new American, Levon Iranian, certainly 2 deserving representatives for this final.
Absolutely, yeah. What will it take, though, for players like Sam and Jeffrey and the other young ones, like Abhimanyu Mishra that we're starting to talk about? What will it take for them to take that step into the world's elite?
And Christopher Yu as well. Don't forget about him. He's dominating the U.S. Junior Championship. The thing is, there's a real culture of chess now that has been building in the U.S., mainly because of the miracle in St. Louis, Rex Singfield being such a fan, supporting not just Rex, but his family, supporting everything chess in the United States. And now you have people like Iranian, you have Lanier Dominguez, of course you had Wesley So for years, you have Hikaru Nakamura, of course Fabi. You have all these players that now you can throw a rock in St. Louis and hit a grandmaster. It's unbelievable. So the U.S. Championship is really a dominant tournament now, maybe the elite tournament in the world, elite national championship in the world. So as long as they keep practicing against those big dogs, the youngins will have enough of a competition to really sharpen their teeth so they can be ready for the world stage.
Absolutely. And actually, one of the players in the Olympiad team for the U.S. team, Sam Shanklin, I talked to him before the tournament. Now, he is born and raised in the U.S., and he was a little bit critical, maybe that is a strong word, but about the team basically being made up of players who are not born and raised in the U.S. Is that sort of an issue that you talk about in the American chess community, or are you simply happy that you have players like Levon Neronian and, you know, all the great players in the team?
You know, this is a question that pops up beyond chess. In the United States, nobody's from the U.S. except the Native Americans.
Yeah.
Right? we're all from somewhere else. I was born in Jamaica. I came to the United States as a boy. That means I'm not American. Yasser Seirawan came when he was 4 years old. He's not an American. Hikaru Nakamura was also a 4-year-old, I believe, when he came to the United States. He only knows America as his home. America is the land of adopted citizenry. That is just typical. So I think to bring that kind of conversation in, I think it's a little bit nitpicky. It's incredible because even Fabiano Caruana, born in Miami, raised in New York City, didn't go abroad until he was 11 or 12 years old. He went to the same after school as my daughter, in fact. He gets criticized for not being American enough. Like, he's Italian. He never even lived in Italy. When he went to Europe, he lived in Spain. He doesn't even speak Italian. I'm sorry, Fabio, I get that out there. But the reality is the guy is monolingual. He's as American as they come, and even he gets criticized. So I think it's a bit too much going in that direction. People go to their new country and adopt it for a reason. It's what they choose, not us nitpicking about who was born where.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what do you think, Maurice? Do you think we'll see a world champion, an American world champion, in the next 10 years?
10 years? There's a shot, but, becoming a world champion is extremely difficult. Ask Fabi and Nepo and everybody else who tries to get past this guy. Maybe if Magnus decides he's not going to play anymore, then maybe we have a shot. The guy is so good, it's ridiculous. We do have talented players, but the world champions you can never predict. You can never predict. I'm not going to sit here and say because my countrymen, national pride and all that it's going to happen. You just never know. And then you got people like Alireza Firouzja, gangsters. Oh, man. People are strong. And then the Indian contingent, Gukesh and Pragnananda and all of them coming up. Gaisi, it's like, what is going on? They're just producing them in their sleep. It's probably more likely that we see an Indian world champion, in fact. So let's leave it alone. The world champion is sort of ordained, it seems, from Kaisa, the heavens. Yeah. Who's going to be the one? We'll wait and see, and it'll happen in due time.
Yeah. I was going to ask you, Maurice, about sort of how excited you are about the state of American chess right now. But I guess I can just ask you about how excited, with the love of chess that you have, you are about the state of chess right now, with all these youngsters coming up, all these rivalries. It is a lot of fun to follow chess these days.
Absolutely. And, back in the old days, Yasser, guys like me and Yasser know, to actually think about sitting in your home, popping open a device of any kind, your computer, your laptop, your iPad, and boom, there's chess. Look, there's David Howell. He's doing commentary. And you can just sit back, eat some chips, and watch chess like this and get great analysis, the great shows that you all produce. It's extraordinary. I think that chess is now in a true golden age, and everyone's competitive. It's not just your broadcast, but other broadcasts around the world. It's absolutely amazing. So I think me even taking time off as a commentator, the world is in good hands. The chess world is in great hands as you lead the charge and show just how entertaining our game can be.
Yeah, and Maurice, you mentioned the content creation. How about the Olympiad? Will you be there as maybe a coach, a captain?
I'm not going to be at this one. I'm skipping it for other duties that I have. I have some appearances in the U.S. Would have loved to go to India, never been. So it will have to wait until the next one, but I'm sure it'll be a very exciting event. The Americans will field a super strong team. It looks like some political issues will stop other competitive teams from playing. Nevertheless, the Olympiad, I think, personally, I will say this, is the most exciting event in chess. So it's like simply the best event. Countries from all over the planet converging. Doesn't matter. It's not just the top players, but they're rubbing shoulders with players who have no chance of winning, but being able to see their stars and mingle with them, playing in the same hall as those great players. It's simply an epic, epic event. I hate missing it, but it's going to be fantastic.
I'm already looking forward to it, the way you're describing it. Maurice, finally, your Chessable course, when is it coming out?
I hear it's coming out in August. I can't believe it. I mean, they just flip things around at these places. I'm not even done yet. And the last recording hasn't been made, and they're already telling me it's coming out in August. Expect it on the Chessable site. I'm excited. And remember, if you guys come up with any intersections or geometric ideas, I got that corner covered.
Yeah. Looking forward to check that out. Maurice, it's an honor to have you on our show. Thank you so much for taking the time.
My pleasure, my pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you so much, Maurice. His Chessable course is coming out in August. Definitely check that out. Game 3, between Levon Neronian and Wei Yi is about to start. They are tied after 2 games. 2 draws. Levon Neronian with the white pieces in this one. He has shifted his shirt. That means he is about to get serious. But he did leave the board. We are expecting him to come back shortly to make the first move. So with the new shirt, what do you expect from the first move?
I think he means business, Levon Iranian. I'm not sure about the first move. Maybe he's going to go and get some more, seeds to snack on, and then he'll be inspired, then he'll choose his opening. In general, what Levon Iranian's strategy has been throughout this season and last season on the tour is that he picks an opening before the event. For example, he's been playing a certain way against the Sicilian with white. He's been playing the Queen's Gambit accepted with black. He normally picks an opening, then he sticks with it. He's very loyal. He might play a different sub-variation of that opening, but I'm expecting maybe a change this time, maybe one e4, and he'll probe against Wei Yi's opening repertoire there. But he's keeping us guessing, Levon. He's finally back on the board, and we're ready to go.
Here we go.
The English opening. So, OK, again, just like the first game today, we see this position. Will he repeat his strategy, which nearly brought him success, Simon?
Yeah, again, you say he's a man of principle. He often sticks to what he has played earlier on, and he's doing exactly that now. He's going, well, there is a big decision here, and it looks like he's going to go for the same setup, the Reti, that quiet setup, where he got, actually, to be fair, extremely good chances to win. So, I mean, why change? Why change if it's worked already? Why not stick? And Wei Yi, maybe they've had a chance to look at some improvements exactly the same as we saw in the first game.
What do you think? Will Wei Yi be the first one to differ, the first one to change up the move order, maybe, because he was suffering?
I think he has to, right? I mean, for sure, Levon has spoken to someone, or he's at least consulted the computer and come up with a small improvement. But at the minute, they're playing exactly the same.
Yep. So in that last game, in this position, White's rook came across, so it's still exactly the same first 10 moves from Iranian. In that game, Black's queen just sidestepped 1 square, and maybe that was the start of things going wrong, where he moved his queen 3 times in the first 20-so moves in that game, and it did backfire. So, OK, the first new move, instead of using the black queen on the c8 square, the black rook has come to that c8 square. And this is much more logical. This is much more natural, at least. The black queen's still on the central file, so White's rook is peering down at it, but the centre is still temporarily closed.
Do you think we will see one of these type of positions where White looks like they're not really doing too much? They kind of move the d pawn 1 square forward, and then they just huddle, and then they strike. They expand as much as they can on the right.
Crawly kind of chess.
Yes.
Just step 1 square, wait, step another square.
Yes.
That strategy is not really Levon's style, I guess. We saw him in the first game of the day when he had White. He went for the centre. You called him Mr. Centre last season, Jovanka. So I do expect him to occupy the centre with pawns. But no, he does go for that slower option. Interesting stuff. And Wei Yi's clearly prepared for this game. He's clearly looked at it in the break. This last rook move, you don't play it immediately without having studied the position. The whole idea of Black's last rook move down to the 7th rank is the black queen can actually slide into the corner at some point, where she does sit on a surprisingly good diagonal. OK, Levon, meanwhile, comes out with a white knight. And Wei Yi looked off to the left with his eyes briefly. It means he's trying to remember something.
You mentioned maybe he's talked to someone before this game. Do we know anything about who Levon is working with?
Levon? That's a good question. I don't really know these days.
You have mentioned Lenya Dominguez. Sometimes they do live close to each other in the US. Yeah, Fabiano.
Quite possibly. He's worked with those guys, maybe even ahead of the Olympiad. Some of the American players, they got together. Maybe a training camp there. I know he used to work with several Armenian players, often the younger generation, who would kind of give him energetic ideas and fresh ideas. He loves, as we saw in his tweets, he loves kind of picking the brains of the new generation. Who work a lot on chess, but yeah, I don't know these days. Levon, I think maybe a bunch of people.
Yeah.
And it was a very interesting developments in the game, because I was thinking, okay, well, the game is going to go into the long haul. You know, White is going to creep forward. Black is also going to do some funny maneuverings. But Wei Yi's like, no, he pushes forward with this pawn, which is also very thematic. But funnily enough, no one has ever played this pawn move.
Oh!
He's studied it. He's prepared this novelty. Look at his clock time. When he's been surprised in the past, Wei Yi stops to think. Now he's up on 16 minutes, gain time. He's clearly studied this novelty before. He's playing instantly every move. The white knight came forward, attacking the black rook. We see a bunch of exchanges now, and it's still level material. But Wei Yi, he's trying to intimidate Levon. He's trying to bully him with all these quick moves. He's actually giving up a pawn, Wei Yi. Black central pawn, the d4 pawn, can just be captured. What's the idea there for Wei Yi?
Can it be captured? I mean, you capture with the knight, do you, I guess? Because if you take with the bishop, then I can just nudge your knight away. So you have to take with the knight and...
just to show this.
Yeah.
This would not end well for white. 2 pieces attacked, so you have to capture with the knight instead.
And then I guess black has some energetic moves attacking the... Oh, hello. Oh, hi. Oh,
you have to be careful.
I nearly... we've got to show this idea.
You played this one.
I nearly played that one without thinking, but it might be possible. But can we just show queen takes pawn?
Queen takes pawn, check.
Very quickly, king takes, and then knight f5, double check, and then...
Unfortunately, the back king can go back. It looks like you're about to deliver checkmate.
Yeah.
It looks like the king is trapped, but the black knight does guard this square, unfortunately.
So it doesn't quite work. And has he actually taken it in the game? He has. So knight g4, that knight jump is critical. And if Wei Yi has prepared this, then surely he must have looked at taking the pawn. Because you're playing so quickly, you've got to look at your opponent's most critical move, unless the computer says it's losing, and he has played it.
Yeah.
Wow. What's happening here? I mean, this is going to be good for someone, really good for someone.
And Valuation Bar thinks it's very good for black. And in the current position, as we showed, Levon Neronian can't sacrifice his queen. You can even jump forward with this check, for example, a double check, hitting the bishop, hitting the king with the bishop and knight. But when the king moves, unfortunately, you can take the black queen, but it's not enough. Black emerges with an extra knight for 3 pawns, but the knight will become the dominant factor. And in the current position, where else to put the queen for Levon Neronian? If he retreats to this square, hitting the knight, then rook takes knight is just a winning move. Simply, in this position, the knight and bishop are far superior to white's rook in return. So black has 2 pieces for the rook and will be winning. Where else do you put the queen? I'm struggling here. If you move to this square, there will be consequences. At the very least, black could support this knight and push forward with a double attack next move. I'm also wondering, for example, if the queen goes to this square, or especially if it goes to the square next to its own knight to continue protecting, then what about this one? Knight takes pawn and a pin along this diagonal. Black will win the knight back with interest. Level pawns, but white's king will be very, very open.
And I wondered whether there was any funky moves as well. So, you know, the position is so strange. I mean... The
current position?
No. I think this one is really good for black, the current position. But if you look at the game position, then I just wondered whether there was anything strange, like knight takes pawn.
Wow, knight takes pawn, counter-attacking, so the queen was under attack, but now we're hitting the black queen. I guess the idea is that after the knight captures and... what do we play now? This knight is attacked, this knight is attacked. White is 2 pawns up temporarily. That's interesting. Yeah, what to do?
But maybe the white knight, while sitting pretty, is probably trapped, right?
It's trapped right now, so maybe we can defend the black knight.
Yeah.
Temporarily, we defend the knight. We threaten maybe a knight check, jumping out the way when there will be tension between the bishops. So after a trade here, white's knight has to save itself, and at the very end, this rook drops.
I think Neronian's just been tricked.
Yeah.
I think simply he's kept up with his same strategy and moving very quickly, but it's been a really silly decision in this, because it's clear that Wei Yi has prepared this, and the move that kind of shocked me was this knight takes pawn in the middle and the speed he played it, because it's one of those moves which is probably either winning or losing. It's nothing in the middle ground, because you're either winning a pawn or you're falling into some trap that Wei Yi has now launched. So I'm just amazed that Lev actually played that so quickly. You know, I mean, he's done this throughout, but in there's critical moments, and you must be aware of what your opponent's trying to do. And I mean, with that clever bishop f6 move that you showed there, David, And I'm just feeling that Wei Yi's prepared this, so it must be good as well.
Yeah.
It's just simple psychology. Otherwise, he wouldn't be moving so quickly.
Yeah.
Is it a case that Lev's in serious trouble now?
I think he is absolutely in trouble. And
I love this selfie. What's this? What, do I like it? Oh, wow. What's this?
Well, I was also, this kind of decision by Levon really reminds me of that phrase that we use when you get married really quickly. Marry in haste, repent at leisure. And so when whilst Levon is just thinking about what to do, his position is bad. Well, we see some selfies. I'd also like to share with you some selfies. And one is from Carlos Madurga, who sends us greetings from Catalonia. Oh. And there you will see there's a cat watching our show. We are big fans of pets here.
Yep.
And Kirk also sends us our best wishes. And he says, we make a great team. So thank you, Kirk. And we hope you're enjoying watching the show. And Cosmon tells us that today was tournament day. But they were lucky enough to make a quick win and come back home to watch Levon against Wei. That's what we like to see. It's like a win-win scenario, you know? Good game of chess, watching some fantastic players, battle it out against each other. And if you two want to share with us your selfies or send us your thoughts, your questions, then please tweet us using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And don't forget, we have a Crypto Cup challenge where we're asking you to guess to name 30 or as many grandmasters as you can within 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's a cool challenge.
That is a very cool challenge. I think I might try it.
Yeah. And you can, this challenge will be going on for the entire FTX Summer of Chess, with also the major coming up in August, FTX Crypto Cup. So you can practice and do it again and again. Now, Levon Neronian is the one thinking in this game. And I guess it was Wei Yi you were talking about, actually, David, that has been talking to someone, has a great preparation in this game.
Clearly, and there we go. The preparation continues. We're at move 21. Wei Yi's barely pausing for thought. He's just given up the black knight, and we showed this variation earlier. Black's bishop pins the white knight, and Levon Neronian, he is walking into the lion's den. Wow. Look at the white king. What is it doing in the middle of the board?
It doesn't even help, right?
Wow.
I mean, yes, it's bad news when the king is a defender of a piece, and there's still 4 rooks and 2 queens on the board. I mean, the first move that kind of comes to mind is just just attack the knight with a pawn.
Yeah. There's several tempting moves in this position, but this can't end well for white simply with this king in the centre. So sufficiently protected right now is the knight. Defended 3 times, attacked only 3 times as well. But yeah, as you guys said, push this pawn. The whole idea is that if the queen takes the pawn, we slide across with either rook, to be honest. And this is a skewer. You win the white queen. You pin and you win here. But what's his idea if the black pawn steps forward? Is he just going to run with his king this way? That's the only justification I can make for the white king coming out into the centre. You don't want to kind of run away with your tail between your legs back to the king side. There's actually less pawn protection on that flank. Maybe his idea is to drop back with the king, and after a set of exchanges, actually maybe here he wants to hide with his king. Is the king safer on this flank? Oof, I mean, it's so ugly, this position. Black can gain a bunch of time against the white queen by pushing forward. Black can move his queen out the way, for example, somewhere, start lining up his 2 rooks against this white backward pawn on d3.
Yeah.
Just looks like one-way traffic right now, level number of pawns, but in the current position, if we go back, does Wei Yi have something stronger than this pawn push? That is the big question. Because right now, white's king, bishop and queen are all tied down to the defense of this knight. Maybe you don't even need to attack it yet. Maybe you can move the white queen out, the black queen out the way somewhere. Maybe you can, I don't know, push a pawn, move this rook across, prepare this idea.
Yeah.
So many options.
Looks good.
Just wait and do nothing. I mean, what does white play if you just push a pawn forward and laugh? Just say, OK, I didn't even need to win my piece back.
That's a mean girl move there, David. It's brutal.
Yeah, this is coming next.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's strange because I mean, obviously Lev's fallen into something pretty horrible here, but the advantage is not a material advantage. I think it's worth pointing out. But when that knight is captured in the middle, which it will be, it'll be equal on points, but it's a positional advantage. And the positional advantage is, if you look at Black's rook and queen in the middle of the board, they're just fantastically pointing down that row. Look at the White King. The White King is naked. You know, it's lost its clothes. It's feeling a bit cold. Black's king, super safe, and there's all these little things, and at this level, you kind of think these things are really enough to win the game.
But how about if he moves his rook behind his queen? Would they be better?
The white rook?
Then? The white rook, yes.
Yeah, I guess at some point. The problem for white is that this pawn can easily be defended in the centre for black. For example, if black just makes a move, say we push a pawn, here, this pawn can be easily defended, so it's actually a strong point. If you compare it to white's backward pawn, this pawn is completely blockaded, not that easy to defend long term. Black would love to initiate what we call Alekhine's gun and just kind of zigzag his rook to this square, and then all three pieces, the ammunition, all facing down on this pawn. It's going to be weak forever. And yeah, meanwhile, black has more space. Black has the safer king, as Simon mentioned. Also, black does have ways to attack this king. He could throw this pawn forward later, open things up.
Yeah.
Wow. So if we do get that Alekhine's gun, Simon, is that when we start singing, "Welcome to the
danger zone"?
Do you know, that was voted #1 cheesiest song.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, to be honest. I haven't even seen the new Top Gun film. Has anyone seen it?
No, I actually haven't, but it's on my list.
Definitely on my list when it
Heard
comes.
good things from our dear friend Askil.
Yeah.
Said it was a great movie.
Yeah, gotta see it. So, but yeah, this is also a very good move played, and it just looks like black's got an ideal position. It's just king safety as well, isn't it? I mean, look at the white king. The white king is just looking ridiculous.
Totally.
That ain't no maverick king there. No, that's more of a goose. Goose king there in the middle. Can't even remember the characters in the first one.
Who's the Iceman out of these two?
The Iceman he's cool. He's cool. Val Kilmer. It must be the Black Bishop. Yeah. The Black Bishop must be the Iceman.
Well, which of these two players? Wei Yi or Iranian?
The players. That's a good point, actually.
Who's the Maverick? Who's the Iceman?
Well, I would say Iranian's the more experienced. He's like the Iceman, and the youngster has to be the Maverick, right? The sort of young upshot, come along, trying to stir the pot a little bit with his fantastic. But Maverick was a bit outside the box, wasn't he? So I don't know. Oh. So, not really either of them a maverick, really, to be honest, more I think about it. But
when you guys say Iceman, because obviously I've never seen Top Gun, because I just haven't. But when you say that, I think of the Arnold Schwarzenegger classic, Running Man.
Running Man's very good as well.
Yeah,
classic film.
That's a great film. Yeah. And here I was wondering, in this type of position, I mean, is there any chance for white? I mean, like in general things, it looks so unpleasant. So
maybe we can jump in and try and find a move for white. It's Jovanka calls it so unpleasant, and again, it's just this pin. How do we break the pin?
Maybe you have to move the king, David, don't you? I mean, just at some point, surely.
Scuttle away, right?
Yeah.
Then we drop this knight anyway. At least now you can hide on this square. And it's similar to that variation we showed. The main difference, though, is that this black pawn is actually on a pretty safe square. Maybe it's actually good for Wei Yi that he hasn't committed this pawn. If you push it forward, it can be a bit weak, it can be a target. Here, it's easier for black to start creeping in, maybe using his queen along this line. It just looks really, really scary for white. He has run away, indeed, with his king. And actually, instead of moving his king across, where there would have been this direct tactic of a nasty check, we saw a capture instead. And here, after a capture, white's queen simply drops back. But it's all about creating the Alekhine gun now. I would love to see Wei Yi just lift his rook up one square, and if he does so, then how is white going to react? I mean, the king can move, the black rook's sliding across. We call this Alekhine's gun because it's the three heavy pieces stacked up together. It's like when you pull the trigger, eventually one of these pieces will win this pawn. You can't right now, but you will maybe break through and win this pawn. But yeah, this Alekhine's gun is just so powerful. All the heavy pieces. I can imagine a situation where, as well, the black queen is freed up because the rooks protect each other. She can start jumping into the position somehow from this angle. Black's pawns can start pushing forward and trying to open things up.
So was it Alekhine then who invented this Alekhine's gun, or was he just famous for using it?
He was famous for using it, right? I mean, he had two games where he got this configuration of rook, and queen. So they named it after, you know, the games that he had in this position. So,
I'm sure it had been done before, you know, like many things in chess, but, you know, of course...
Not like he's suddenly like, oh, having 2 rooks and a queen in the same line, that must be a good idea in chess.
I mean, here, Levon Neronian wishes there was better gun control, because this just looks really, really deadly. And, OK, he doesn't go for this. I'm really surprised. I mean, this was so tempting for me. Instead of putting all the pieces on the d-file, I mean, you could have done it this way as well, with the queen kind of sandwiched in between the rooks. Normally, you want the queen behind, because she's the most valuable. She's kind of propelling the gun forward. But instead of this, he just pushes in the centre. And White's king sidesteps. What is the idea now?
Still a very nice position. I mean, White is purely passive here. White can't really do anything. And I think he's going to do sort of... what is this? It's not quite Alekhine's gun. Is this like... I don't know, Trevor's gun or something?
Because the order has to be queen behind?
Yeah, queen behind, 2 rooks.
Yeah, but it still looks very strong, as Simon says. I mean, you're threatening to come in this way, maybe. You're also possibly lining up this diagonal against the White king. It's all gone wrong for Iranian level material, but it's the quality of the pieces, all in Black's favour. The pawn structure, all in Black's favour. Very least, you could start marching this pawn down the board and start pushing again. But, Kaja, you called this earlier, actually. The White rook lining up behind the White queen, you predicted it. This had to be done in order to improve this rook later. This rook's sad, sitting in the corner. It wants to swing across and defend.
But the bar just goes further up for Wei Yi. This is game 3. He has the black pieces. But do you guys think he will take the lead in this first match?
It looks very likely.
Wow.
I mean, if Wei Yi doesn't win this, then he'll start questioning himself. He'll think, if I can't win this, I can't win anything. Because it's strategic domination right now.
But I don't know, somehow Wei Yi doesn't look like the kind of player who would collapse after a bad game. He kind of looks like he could just take a sip of tea and get on with it. Because some players do have this great power of recovery. Others, you just know that that's it. They're going to collapse. And
famous tilt.
Yeah.
Well, he still has almost 11 minutes on the clock. You guys were praising his preparation in this game. So do we know anything about who he's working with? Is it the Chinese team working together?
Yeah, I think it's other Chinese players. I know he has worked with Ding Liren in the past. I'm not sure whether he worked with him recently ahead of the candidates, for example. Of course, they had this famous match when Ding was trying to qualify for the candidates. He had to play a whole bunch of games, and I think 10 of those 28 games they were against Wei Yi.
Wow.
So a sparring partner at the very least, but which is a pretty good sparring partner, the world number 2. But yeah, either way, Wei Yi, he definitely works with the top players.
And maybe he helped Ding in the candidates, of course, as one of his seconds. And we know, right, that players who have been seconds, especially for big tournaments like candidates or world championship matches, they often do thrive after helping those players.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Magnus helped to second for Anand, and then later on he took the title from Anand. We saw Magnus when he defended the title in 2018, and Daniel Dubov had just been working with him. Suddenly Daniel Dubov went and won the World Rapping Championship.
Yeah.
So working with strong players, I mean, it's never a bad thing. You learn a lot.
And that actually happened to one of my friends. She employed a grandmaster, and together they worked on an opening repertoire and novelties to help her in the Women's World Championship. She didn't get any of them, but he did. He got in every single one of the novelties and the ideas that they'd hatched up, and he won literally every single open that he played.
Wow.
And so she said, next time, you pay me.
Yeah. Okay. So she paid him.
Yeah.
And he... That's a great job. All right. Well, now he's thinking, though, Wei Yi, thinking hard in this game. He must sense that this is the game he could win. This is the first match in the final. Tomorrow will be the other match.
Yeah,
so everything can still happen.
The pitfall for Wei Yi is to think too long, first of all, but also there's too many tempting moves. You can pretty much do anything here as Black. I can only see one move which blunders, or a couple of moves which blunder, and would ruin the position. For example, if we jump in, you have to keep defending your rook. If you jump in with the queen to this square, for example, then whoops, you are actually pinned on the central file. So white's queen can capture one rook, and suddenly this is disaster on the back rank. So you have to be slightly careful there. With that in mind, in the current position, I would love to maybe just create some space, some breathing space for the black king. If you want to sit, there's no current threat, so you could just push this pawn. You could just maybe push this pawn forward. White will never, ever capture you because suddenly the white king will be open along the c-file. So, yeah, just too much choice. Maybe that is the problem. And do you think Wei should just take a timeout, just push a pawn, just create some luft for the king? Should he support this pawn to free up the black rook, maybe?
Yeah,
so much choice.
I think he should just play some natural moves, like you say. I mean, it's quite a simple position, really. Yeah. There's not really any danger, unless you blunder. Yeah. But you can nearly play any move on the board and be better. If I was black, I'd just be looking at ways to improve my position. So, like, I like the one supporting the pawn in the middle, and just move your pieces to better squares and do that. And just, you know, all the ideas you said. Yeah. But just playing quickly. There's no reason really to mess around here because there's not anything to calculate at the moment. So it's peculiar that he's now gone lower than Iranian on time. I mean,
there's
it's
like
strange.
No forcing variations, and he spent 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's not calculation here that's the name of the game. I mean, he's looking up, drinking tea. What is he thinking about? He should just be getting on with it, pushing pawns, or like you said, Simon, just calmly manoeuvring. But
the only thing he can be thinking of is this pawn push, I guess, which you mentioned.
Okay.
Trying to do the damage immediately.
Maybe this side.
Yeah, I mean, this is the only one where you might calculate because it gets a bit complicated. Any other move is not really complicated, so why bother spending time on it, I'd say.
Unless it's this one.
Yeah, that one as
possibly.
Well. Yeah, I just don't think that works, but it's maybe...
Stack up on the d-file, maybe.
Yeah.
Now. Try and break in here, but white will just defend against that.
I mean, it's still very dangerous. I'd still rather be black there, definitely.
Oh, he's going for it.
Wow.
He's almost 6 minutes.
Yeah, so he does push this pawn. He's going for glory immediately. He didn't need to. This is, again, difference of generations. I think we would have just solidified things, slowly built up the position, but he goes for it immediately.
But if it works, I guess. So maybe now it's understandable why you fought so long, because you need to calculate this one carefully.
And even if it's not the best move, it looks good enough to maintain a big advantage, and it does ask Levon Iranian, who's also short on time, it asks him some big questions. And first question is, can you leave this pawn? The answer is not really. It's attacked by black's pawn, black's rook. You have to really capture. And second question, once that happens, is how do you stop the infiltration of black's rook to the second rank? That would be deadly if black hits one more move and gives a check. Yeah, if you stop it with your rook. The problem is you can't challenge rooks right now. Bringing the rook across, black actually covers this square 3 times, so black would win a piece. But yeah, if you stop it this way, suddenly the white queen gets hit. If the white queen moves, for example, then the black queen is coming in. Oof, this looks awfully strong.
That's a disaster for white.
Yeah. I mean, the king is not going to survive this.
No, absolutely not.
How's he going to survive in general? Maybe in this position, can he just move his rook, try to pretend he castled on this side of the board?
It's a start, right?
It's a check. I mean, it looks like checkmate somehow.
Maybe the queen just comes in.
But maybe you can be clever about it, and yeah, that looks great.
Yeah, I mean, it's still not the end of the world after white moves the rook forward. It looks scary.
Yeah.
This is surely winning, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, surely. Whoa. Yeah, it's not.
I mean, I'm clutching at straws trying to defend this one.
But maybe, yeah.
But here I feel like you do have to be concrete as well with the attack. So I do think pawn.
How about this one? Moving the rook. I'm hoping that after pawn takes pawn, I can play queen takes pawn.
Yeah.
So that was a check, and now I'm trying to get through to your back rank. This looks, I mean, I'm just trying to think now, getting into the mind of Levon Iranian in this current position. Either you play pawn takes pawn and you do or die along the d-file, you have to protect against this, or you need something genius.
Can you try to get the queens off? I mean, black's queen is terrifying. What if you...
Move the queen?
Maybe.
Yeah.
And then you have to answer this check.
then run.
Yeah, at least this one. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even see it was check. Sounds quite lucky, but maybe it's all right. Yeah. I'm still actually. Yeah. Well, hello.
Happy accident.
It looks like you're losing the queen, but nope, you're getting through.
Happy little accident. And maybe white's all right there. Somehow fluked it. Maybe
you need this type of luck in the position. Okay, so we're thinking that currently Levon Neronian should not play pawn takes pawn, otherwise he might be in big trouble. Maybe he needs a clever move, offering a queen trade, or just swinging his rook across and hoping for the best.
Your rook d1 looks very interesting as well. It looks kind of, but it's...
Actually, I just checked the computer. There are just 2 ways to save this, and first. Top choice is Simon's move, or that fancy queen move. Second choice is actually to slide the rook to d1 square. Those are the only 2. Everything else gives like a completely winning advantage.
They are both findable for Levon.
We found them, but with a bit of luck, just by process of elimination. We looked at the most obvious move, pawn takes pawn. It looks like white was losing there. So then we look for alternatives. If you can't play pawn takes pawn, this pawn is attacked. That's how I stumbled across this move, although calculation is needed. And Simon just thought, OK, we can't play pawn takes pawn, we need the queens off. So he found maybe the best move in the position. But
I found the move, but then I realised I lost my queen, so it was like...
But it works.
Happy little accident.
You make your own luck. So will he find this queen move or this rook move? If not, Levon can almost resign.
Wow.
3 minutes on the clock. He has to find queen f4 or bring his rook across to d1.
OK. We just need to look at the board right now. Will he find one of those 2 moves? He has been thinking for a long time, so I guess process of elimination.
That's at that point. The one thing I noticed with... OK, he does find the best moves.
Wow.
I was literally about to say, the one thing with top players is if you give them a small kind of selection, if they know that everything is losing, they figure it out, nearly always they find the best move, or they find the path to survival. They use that process of elimination by calculating and... Yeah, he finds a great move.
Incredible. Yeah, I mean... Yeah. I mean, I guess black must still be a lot better here, but at least now black has the decision about what to play, right?
Queens can't come off for black. If the queens come off, white is probably fine.
Doing all right, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, maybe... I guess so, yeah. It's the back rank, which is a real problem for black in a lot of these variations, right? So...
Exactly. Black's king would love to have a breathing space, a breathing square. Black's queen needs to move, I think. As we saw, pawn takes pawn is a check, hitting the white king, but the white king just steps up 1 square. And because of the tension on the e-file with the rooks, black is not actually doing as well as it looks like.
Yeah. Probably the best move is for the queen just to go to the edge of the board. Just A3.
So,
and then just to stop the white rook joining in the action.
But then you've got to worry about rook takes pawn, haven't you?
Oh, God.
I mean,
see that.
I don't know. I mean, you have to at least calculate. Maybe black's still doing OK there, but...
I mean, for example, now, if this rook captures, which it would love to, then white does have a queen check. This isn't checkmate because black's queen can come back and defend, but this is what we're talking about. If the queens disappear, suddenly white is completely fine. If anyone's better, it's white with queens off the board because white's king is suddenly active. It's a target while queens remain, but if the queens disappear, it's a great piece in the endgame. So, yeah, just to show the other variation as well, after pawn takes pawn check, hitting the king steps forward. The problem for black is no time to take the queen. If you take the queen, then this, again, check. The queen drops back, more trades, and at the very end, actually white wins with an extra rook. So, yeah, I mean, in this position, there's so much action happening. Black, for example, can play rook takes rook, but firstly, white can just recapture. Secondly, the question is maybe just queen takes queen. Again, we see an endgame. White is temporarily a pawn down, but he threatens checkmate, and when that is stopped, white can simply come and pick up this pawn.
Again, it's one of those cases where he played this move, very sharp move, so he's entering into complications, but maybe it's a very good move, and maybe it's the computer's top choice, this pawn push, but I think nearly anyone of my generation, at least, who's not, you know, trained with a computer would have just played something very quickly, kept the pressure on, and I think that's the more practical way to play because you give your opponent more chance to go wrong. When you play like this, you're forcing them to find a move that Iranian played. you're giving them more opportunity to play the right moves. I think it's more practical to just keep the position unless you've got a real knockout. Maybe he thought that move was knockout. I guess that's the thing, but it's still easy in hindsight to say. I mean, I expect Black must be better, and he's come over this logical move as well.
Yep. This is a nice move. After my last foray with the queen, I was like, oh, this
does not like it.
Yeah, it feels wrong for Black, I've got to say. It crossed my mind as well, but if suddenly this rook is unprotected, this rook is unprotected, is there a way to somehow take advantage of this? For example, at the very least, I was going to say the rook coming across. I'm not 100% sure about that. Is this a threat? That's the problem. Is Black threatening to play pawn takes pawn with a check? He wasn't threatening it on the last move. Maybe he's threatening it now. The one thing White shouldn't do, of course, is play pawn takes pawn himself, because after a rook trade here, Black will win with a discover check. For example, if White tries to checkmate, there's a really nice block. Black can retreat. No checkmate for White, because actually White is the one under check first, and the queen drops off next move. Instead, Levon found a better try. He moved his rook across. And evaluation bar going back in Black's favour after a check now. At least the White king steps forward. What is the idea here for Black? You've got to be really careful. Rook takes rook. Suddenly, whoops, again, checkmate coming. So many traps suddenly in the position.
It's very complicated.
And in light of all those back rank mate ideas, maybe you can just take a time out, give the king some air. After all, White isn't really going to be capturing the pawn because it's not ready.
Yeah, this is a very good choice, I think, here, Jovanka. I'm slightly worried if White steps the king forward, that we'll hit the rook and lose a pawn. But
I think you can move your rook.
This rook coming over.
So, yeah.
Maybe it's just enough for Black to keep the advantage. Yeah, so, I mean, practical terms, just move the pawn, don't get checkmated on the back rank.
Yeah.
And keep the game going.
And look at the time. I love it when they get to this stage of the time, because I have to admit, like, they go through the stages, they have their long thinks, and then suddenly they get to like 2.5 minutes, and it's like, OK, wakey time.
Yeah.
We're going to get the action now. It's coming. And there's loads of just little tricks here, aren't there? Loads of little tricks for both sides. And I'm thinking, even though the bar's over at Wei Yi's side, that it's not as good as it should be. OK, so he's now done this move, and that allows Neronian at least to try and survive at an ending, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
take that rook off the board, move the White king. And
I just don't like the way he's done this, I have to say. But a really good defensive play from Neronian.
You don't like Wei, or the way he's done it?
I quite like the way, and I like Wei Yi.
And
sneaky trap there from Levon.
Yeah, exactly. Black should not be tempted to capture the rook because of the back rank checkmating motifs that David's highlighted earlier.
Can I just mention one thing?
Yeah.
Because this is so tense, right? These players, they're fighting for the winner takes home $25,000, top players in the world. And there Levon Neronian is sitting in his home with his vacuum cleaner in the background.
Is that a vacuum cleaner?
I think that is a vacuum cleaner.
Oh, wow. It's actually good to know that he does his own cleaning. I guess he does.
Good job, Levon.
A man like Neronian, you'd assume he has a team of cleaners, really, to clean for him.
Anyways, I just noticed that drama on the board with a vacuum cleaner in the background.
Has that vacuum cleaner always been there? And we haven't seen it?
No, because he's been he's been leaning that way, Levon.
No.
So I don't think the camera has seen it.
Maybe he's trying to send kind of some subliminal messages to Wei Yi. He's trying to say, OK, this game's not gone well for me. Let's get the vacuum cleaner out, hoover off all the rooks, the queens, the pawns, and make a draw. But, yeah, this game, White is still a pawn down, so it's Neronian defending. But, I mean, there are some clever moves you can try here.
Yeah, queen coming over,
Yeah.
Looks very, very natural.
We're expecting White's queen to actually slide across 2 squares to the d-file, trying to tempt Black to take it. Black's rook is stuck on the back rank, remember, stopping all those nasty checkmates.
I reckon that Wei Yi might have missed that. Just in his calculation, I think he probably realises it now, but it's not necessarily the most natural move to see. I mean, maybe you calculate those aggressive moves, the queen jumping forward, attacking the rook. You say, OK, I've got that one covered. But cheeky moves like this.
Does anyone want to have a little bet? I just feel the way this is going, and I didn't even mean to say that, but the way...
With emphasis.
Let me just say that again. This is going that Iranian will win this game.
You think?
Not really. I just fancy a bet. So,
I'll take that bet.
I think it will be a draw.
OK. So,
Ooh.
well, David, would you like to have a beer on that one?
I'll say Wei Yi will still win then. Let's have a beer on it.
OK.
And someone saying Levon winning and Jovanka saying a draw.
Yeah.
OK, so I'm going to go for a Lev. All right, so yeah, let's do it, yeah?
Yeah, OK.
All right, someone's getting paid.
OK, this is getting interesting now.
Good.
And in Norway, that's a significant bet.
That's
it really is.
Exactly. Yeah.
OK, Levon Neronian thinking.
20 seconds.
He needs to do something. Black still has this extra pawn, the D pawn. How is he going to fend off or regain that pawn? He needs to get the queens off the board. That's Levon's #1 priority. If he can get the queens off the board, he is safe. Even a pawn down, because White's king is so good, and Black's pawn won't survive. He does move his queen across. Wei Yi's idea was to defend it with his...
OK, bang, bang, bang. The moves are coming quick.
There's a check. Black's queen could slide the whole way across with a check.
Oh, hello.
Yes.
Forcing the White king back. This gets really messy.
And
you have to give this check as Black. Black's queen is under threat. The Black rook, remember, cannot move. It cannot come and capture the White queen because of the White rook going to E8, the top rank, and checkmating Black.
And then you're going to be sneaky, OK?
Check.
And
it's played out.
King has to step back. And are you going to be sneaky and just, like, move the B pawn forward?
Ooh. Well, you can get a draw here if he's heard about the bet and he's like, I want to get Jovanka that beer. I'll just move the queen to and fro to secure the draw. A draw?
Yeah.
Draw.
Black's queen can come in, as you mentioned, Simon, to the D2 square with a check. White's king has to go back to the edge of the board, and then you can just move the Black rook, maybe. Is that an idea? Therefore, you keep your pawn alive. You keep the Black D3 pawn alive. This is a check. White's king had to go up the board. If it went back, then the White rook would have fallen with a check.
And now he's just moving the rook
somewhere
safe. Yeah.
Tuck the rook next to the Black king.
Yeah.
Pretend you've just castled.
Yeah.
Everything protected.
Then rook E3. Then you.
Maybe you're alive.
Maybe.
The White king might well have to start stepping up the board soon.
Yeah, it's going to have to. And look at the time. It's so exciting. They're both under a minute now, and Iranian's king has walked from one side of the board to the other, the walk of death, but he's holding on with these like crazy little tactics at the moment.
I was going to say where he's definitely going to repeat the position once. We've seen that from him.
Of course.
I mean, yesterday against Rapport, he repeated the position so many times and then played for the win. So second time we've seen this position, we're expecting Black's rook to move, just to guard any back rank checkmates.
But he really should play for a win now. I mean, but he's also, I'm thinking from a psychological point of view, he's going to be a bit annoyed because he realises he had an easy win somewhere, and now he's like, I've got to calculate this. Why am I not winning? And that's why I'm kind of betting on Iranian. I think this does affect you, even if you are the Iceman, the way of the Iceman.
The way of the Iceman.
OK, well, he hasn't too much time. He's now ticking to 10 seconds, and he does move his rook, and not to a particularly safe square.
Ooh, and Levon.
Yeah, you can see, like, he's pounced. He knows this is his moment. This is his time to defend. But again, he doesn't have too much time either. 40 seconds. I mean, for me, I think I would probably just move my queen.
Well, what about moving the rook? I like the idea of moving the rook. I mean, to stop that check, maybe, right in the centre of the board, and I can try to get it by... Try to win your pawn, get to an ending. So I'm thinking move it up. How many squares? 1, 2, like 4 squares.
E5.
E5, yeah. That's or maybe E3, rook E3 as well is the same idea, isn't it?
14 seconds.
Going for the Black pawn makes a lot of sense. Iranian, he has to move the rook.
He goes for it, but I don't know. I felt that this was a bit too...
It's very logical as well, though.
Yeah, but it allows the rook to live on the C8 square.
And it was a blunder. OK, Wei Yi repeats the position once. Wow. Where is the win for Black?
Make a hole for the... No, you can't. There is no... Maybe you can push the pawn forward.
Can you...
Yes, you can push the pawn forward, the B pawn forward.
OK, and after White's rook takes the Black
then you give a check. And then I'm hoping that there's going to be more checks and the rook gets involved. And it's happy times.
But it's just guessing at this point, though.
That is true.
10 seconds left for Wei Yi. He made a move.
Oh, look at the bar. It's alive.
He's missed it.
I mean, I don't want to cheer for one side, but come on, Iranian.
Yeah.
Come on. Get in there, son.
Oh, evaluation bar's back on black side, though. Treating the queen. Look how open the white king is. This is the problem. And, OK, a big threat on the board. Black's queen wanted to take the white a-pawn. Levon steps back.
Nice and calm.
Yeah, the key thing is that if black's pawn steps forward, the d-pawn, white's rook will slide behind it to stop. And OK,
is he going to take the draw? The draw. He can't take the draw. But I mean, he's got to find something. If you don't find something, you probably take the draw. You know, he hasn't. He's only got 10 seconds.
Oh. Where is the win? The bar is saying this is winning for Wei Yi.
2 seconds. OK,
he takes time out. Wow,
but 3 seconds.
Wow.
But maybe this is not enough.
OK,
now.
but now you know.
Wow.
Now, if we get the queens off, we're better.
So if gets the queens off, you're winning. White's king is just going to run forward.
So good. So you just need to get the queens off.
Is the king going to survive while the queens are on? That's a big question. First, just take that black pawn off the board. I don't care how, just take it.
Yeah,
that
just
black pawn is too dangerous.
Probably with the rook feels more natural, doesn't it? But
yeah, somehow it feels like the white king shouldn't survive.
Be interesting to see what the win was. Maybe it was your move, Jovanka, that rather, you know, they didn't have enough time to calculate, but something like b5 felt like the right option.
It was. It was
b5.
my b5 move.
Oh, really? Right, OK.
But it's not about one move, it's about the sequence. He clearly spotted that, but what is the winning idea behind that? We'll go back later. We'll try and investigate where you could have won.
Doesn't take the pawn.
Doesn't take the pawn.
Wow, I'd have grabbed that one. I mean, it's so dangerous, and he's moved in, and maybe he's thinking of some perpetual. Whoa, what is this?
Whoa, Wei Yi has sacrificed his rook.
Oh, is it a draw?
Guys.
Oh. It's not a draw yet. It's not a draw yet. He can.
Is he not going to just repeat?
No, because he can take the rook. And isn't black just... I don't know why black's not just winning here.
Then it's a draw if you take the white rook. White has a perpetual check.
Oh, does he?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you ever take the white rook, we will show this, then the game will be a draw. So it does...
Yes, Jovanka looking very clever here at the moment.
He's about to win a few drinks. Because Wei Yi, he's given up his rook, so he needs something now, but there's nothing more than a draw. Look at Wei Yi. Suddenly he's sunk down in his chair. He's blown it.
Is there any way Levon can win this? Or is it simply a draw?
White can win if black doesn't take the draw. Okay. Black has to take the draw. Keep repeating, don't let white's king out, because simply white's a rook up. And I think we might well see the rook being captured. OK, no, the position continues to repeat. White's king goes to the corner, back where it came from.
Wow, what a game again.
What a game. Miracle save by Levon Neronian. Yeah, I mean, this one is gone now for Wei Yi. Nothing else to do but take the draw.
I mean, I think there's a good lesson to be learnt there. Even though Wei Yi's pawn move was probably very good, it just wasn't a very good practical choice. And you've got to, you know, sometimes take the practical human choice.
And look at Levon Neronian shaking his head. I guess he got a little lucky in this game 3, but it is a draw. That means they are still tied. One more game to play in the first match. In the final. Wow, this was an interesting one. Wei Yi, he could have won it. What happened?
He could have won it, and again, repeating the position, just like earlier, stopped him from winning. He could have won an earlier game by going straight for the kill. Here, he could have won it by going straight for the kill as well. In this position, though, he repeated with the black queen going back with a check. The white king came back. He repeated again, and later on, he had the opportunity to win, but he couldn't go back to this position, and the win would have started with Jovanka's move, pushing the pawn forward. This is really tricky, but the whole idea, for example, is if the white rook captures this pawn, then the black pawn gives a check, white's king is forced out into the open, and here a deadly rook check would arrive. White's king simply has nowhere safe to go. If you go back, then this is a nasty checkmate. If you go forward, however, with the white king, then the black queen simply swoops back and this king is doomed. This was tough, but maybe findable, pushing the black pawn forward. And as we saw right at the end of the game was agreed a draw, because in this position, if black, for example, had won the white rook, then we would have found a perpetual check, a miracle by Iranian, a check. The king moves, another check along the diagonal. If the king goes back, we repeat. And if the pawn comes forward with a block, then still a draw. Black's king has nowhere safe to hide, and Wei Yi so close again, but Iranian escapes.
This is so intense. 3 games, 3 draws. They are still tied, Levon, Iranian and Wei Yi. The final game in the first match is coming up after a commercial break. And after that break, we're also going to see some funky business from a park in Madrid when Anish Giri tricked Magnus Carlsen. Stay with us. We'll be back in a few minutes.
So we just race to the line. Yeah. I'm definitely gonna crush it. Set, go!
When someone asks me how my chess game is going,
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Welcome back to the first day in the final in the FTX Road to Miami. The fourth and final game today is coming up in about 9 minutes. Levon Neronian and Wei Yi, they are still tied. Before that game, we're going to head to Madrid, a park where Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen, the big rivals, met up for a game of chess.
Hi, we filmed this video in a El Retiro park in Madrid, where I intended to play some chess hustlers. But suddenly, the world champion showed up. So check out this video of street chess against Magnus Carlsen. Okay, well, let's go. E4, of course. The Caro-Kann? What is that? Knight is weird here.
Should cover this one in my course.
Yes, you really
forgot about this one. This was not in my future course. Should cover this one in my course.
Knight is interestingly placed here, but a little slow. Okay, the bishop got to develop. Not a bad position for the world champion. The bishop is well placed. Knight's coming here. Trying to chase this bishop away, but now he gets to break my center with c5. The knight is not such a bad piece here. Oh, defending the square. He's thinking, but of course c5 is gonna come, and it does. Maybe I'm considering to take. It's quite ambitious. But now, yeah, she could have gone for g4.
kept the pawn, but gave this one back. Not a great decision. No more check here. Yes, he points out. No bishop
This is
b5.
the idea, yeah?
This is the idea.
Deep.
This experiment worked out perfectly for the world champion. My knight is bad now. Double pawns are a little bit weak. Knight is perfectly placed. b6, excellent move. Undermining my strong pawns. This one will be weak. I don't want to take, because then I'll be left with the weak pawn and this active rook here. Hang on to the double pawn. Now I need to push c4, but the knight is very, very badly developed. He just wants to finish his development. I do the same. Looking okay for me, maybe c4 at some point. Queen c8, very strong move. I was thinking he wants queen a6, but what I missed was that he wants knight a6. Now this pawn is falling. Bad news. Another day of suffering for me. And I'm trying to make the best of it. I just lost a pawn. Terrible position. Very annoyed, very frustrated. Look at myself. Another loss incoming. Not good. Okay, I have some chances. I'm down a pawn for nothing, but I have active rook. Maybe one more active rook here incoming. In an endgame. Maybe I can defend. Bring the king here. Bring the king here. Some chances. Should be good. Now I can attack it. Rook endgames are very drawish. Aha, now if I take, he'll take my rook. I'll take. He'll take back. Hit my pawn. Not easy. Need to get this pawn out of the way. e4. It's a good move, I think. Good move. Took him by surprise.
Yeah, kind of refutes the whole idea.
Does indeed.
To go for drawn rook endgame, yeah, I mean. Yeah, it was nasty.
You want a nasty rook endgame, but now the rook endgame is going to be drawn with the pawn on a4.
It's my comfort zone, yeah? Pawn down grinding. Yeah. My comfort zone.
A little bit of trash talk. Never hurt anybody. Good chances to draw it, I think. Now that bishop is attacked, if bishop goes, I have rook b7, checks and tricks. Oh, I noticed if he goes bishop d4, I give a check. He comes here. I take, he takes, I give a check. He comes here, I take. My knight is trapped.
Yeah, and chip was there, no?
Yeah. And he does it. He does it. And I realized that Chipo is there for him. I cannot do this. Still a bad position for me. Still pawn down. Okay, let's try to be active. King f6. I'm trying a little trick. I go here. If he takes, I'll pin him. Maybe that will work. Oh no, it doesn't. If I go here now, he will take. I pin it, and then he's got rook d4, winning my knight. Not good. Now it's the moment to swallow your pride. Swallow it and go back in shame. With the crowd watching. As you miserably return to where you came from. Bowing to the world champion. But you gotta play fast. Clock is ticking. You gotta bow quickly. Bow quickly. Bow. Do it.
This is hitting.
Yeah, bowing. But now I noticed a little chipo. Little chipolito. f4, f4. If he makes any rook move, I've got this trick. He can take my rook, then I'll give checkmate. If he moves this rook, it's the same. If he moves this pawn here, it's even more beautiful. I've got this trick. Checkmate. Ooh, a lot of tricks. I start praying. You know me. I start praying. I keep praying again. If g5, I'll take and open the f-file. Rook c5. Oh no! Really? Really? Really?
I'm gonna win on time. Don't worry.
Fuck. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
I can't believe I blundered that one.
Yeah,
18 seconds for me.
Oh my god.
Okay, I was waiting for this one. It's good for my YouTube channel. Thumbnail guy, think about it already.
Oh, okay, to play.
Okay, now it's a flag wheel. Boom, 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 boom. I'm up a rook against the bishop. That's called an exchange. It's good for me. Oh, and this pawn is also going to promote, but he's trying to counterattack. Pushing my pawn. Don't see it either. Winning this pawn. He's going for counterplay. Pushing my pawn. Helping with the rook. Takes, takes. Here, 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 here. Oh, is there going to be mate? No, there's no mate. There was no mate. I put queen. I didn't see that. I like queen. Now I have to quickly win all his pieces. Playing with two hands, but what can I do?
Time.
No pawn on the board.
Okay.
No pawn on the board.
Okay.
I won the last pawn. It was an epic finish.
Thank you. It's good content. It's good content.
He has no material to mate me with, but I have no time.
Okay, that's the end of the fun.
Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed this video. So if you enjoyed the tricks and you want to learn more about 1e4, check out my 1e4 chessable course. I will cover this little dirty side when Magnus played against me in the second part, which is going to come out very soon. So thanks once again. Subscribe to the video, leave the likes and all that, and definitely check out the chessable. Thank you.
We did enjoy that, Anish, and I bet you did as well. A little trick there, a little blunder by the world champion. A draw between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. Now we do have the challenge for all of you to name as many grandmasters as you can in 30 seconds, and let's take a look at another attempt.
Magnus Gausel Tistad, Jury Søstenstad, Simen, Stefansson, Olafsson, Gretarsson, Asrian, Aronian, Short, Adams, Howell, McShane, Nakamura, Kamsky, Spassky, Kasparov, Ivanchuk, Onichuk, Lars Oskar, det ikke så vanskelig. Andersen, Svineberg Hansen, da var vi der igjen.
Iranian, Anand, Carlsen, Bakro, Bareyev, Caruana, Svidla, Capablanca, Carlsen, Kasparov, Karpov, Shirov, Tal, David Howell, Simon Williams, Luke McShane, Michael Adams, Judith Polgar, Susan Polgar. Yeah.
How many did we come to?
I think 19.
Wow. That was it, yeah.
Very impressive.
Very impressive. Good job, you guys. Keep posting your challenge videos using hashtag ChessChamps and hashtag Crypto Cup Challenge to enter this cool challenge, naming as many grandmasters as you can in 30 seconds. And in 15 seconds, game 4, final game of today, will start. Levon Neronian, white pieces. Am I correct? No, he's gonna have the black pieces in this game. There we go. This is the correct one. Wei Yi with the white pieces. 3 draws so far. What do you think, David? Will we see a winner in this game?
I think quite possibly. It does feel like we're building up to something, and Wei Yi has had 2 big opportunities now. Wei Yi has had winning moves in the last 2 games. So will it be third time lucky for Wei Yi, or will Iranian start playing a bit better, start striking back? First of all, it's the Queen's Gambit declined, and we call this the main position because Black had so many options. Black's bishop coming out, that means the red goes in defense. And this is something that Iranian's a specialist in. He's been playing this his whole career, pretty much.
Actually, he doesn't seem to deviate from this at all. He has 100% belief in this opening, even though he is technically a sitting duck here.
Yeah, he's maybe the world-leading expert on the black side of this opening. Played against everyone. He went through a phase of just playing maybe more typical Queen's Gambit declines, but nowadays, okay, it might transpose into some very, very sharp stuff. You know, white central pawn march forward, and
isn't this a Vienna now? I think so. It's transposed, and there are some drawing lines here, some forced drawing lines, but this is really exciting stuff already. So
not this move. This move is very ambitious for Black.
Yeah,
defending a pawn, but Black is loose on a couple of diagonals right now. White's central pawn can step forward, hitting the Black knight. White's A pawn as well can step forward. This one's very sharp, as far as I know. There we go. White's pawn attacks, and this has, I think, been heavily debated in recent times at the very, very elite levels. Nobody else touches it, apart from the best grandmasters in the world, as far as I know. Maybe some correspondence games as well.
And in actual fact, Levon likes this line very much because he played it against Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the Air Things Masters, and he won with the black pieces. And he also played it against Vidit in a rapid tournament, and there he also won.
Okay.
Good memories for Black.
Yeah.
Okay.
Levon. And right now it's level material. And, okay, White's bishop now attacked. White does have the advantage of firstly winning this pawn, so White's a pawn up now, but also look at the Black knight. It doesn't really have too many squares to come out to. I would think here that Levon is maybe fine because he has the bishop pair, and great results, decent activity with the black queen, for example, but yeah, pawn down. He's got to justify it. Black's king doesn't castle yet. He brings his bishop out. I think we'll see both sides castle and the end of the opening, but who will it favour? Big question. Who's done their homework better? I think that's the key question.
Yeah, again, it's one of those lines which is not a system line where you have to know the ideas, you just have to know the moves, because every move can change the evaluation. And obviously Lev knows his stuff here, but Wei Yi moving a little bit slower, so that's a little bit of a worry. And probably in the long run, as you said, David, the bishop pair from Black should give him a long-term advantage because it's quite an open position. So you'd expect Wei Yi to use that development advantage to start some kind of initiative here.
Yeah.
We saw Wei Yi just close his eyes there, just trying to remember what to do. What did the computer say?
Yeah.
Difficult situation.
Well, this actually, this bishop move hasn't been played before. But if White were to castle and if Black were to copy, they would be back into mainstream territory. So I'm thinking that Wei Yi is thinking, why? Why has Black always castled before? Why has Black never played this bishop move? And he's trying to work out whether there's something he can do to punish this move. If he can't, he'll just castle. And, well, we'll see whether Levon will copy. And he does. And they're back into the game between Duda, Iranian. And that game actually continued with White actually developing the queen to the b3 square, attacking the bishop.
So in this position, White is a pawn up, as we mentioned. White has these doubled B pawns. Black only has the A pawn, so 2 versus 1 advantage, but doubled pawns, not the best. And White's pieces look nice, but they are a bit clumsy. For example, a big threat of Black's rook coming across with a pin. So Jovanka, you said this is the move that was played before.
Yep.
White's queen coming out, hitting this bishop. So dropping the knight, but counter-attacking against Black's bishop. If the bishop moves, if it captures the knight, White will say, OK, at least I've corrected my pawn structure. Black can win a pawn back in the middle, but it's unclear whether you want to help White correct his pawns like that. You could also drop back with a bishop. How did this game continue, Jovanka?
Well, it continued in a very spectacular way because Levon played very provocatively. He retreated his dark square bishop 1 square, attacking the knight. And this is where Duda went for broke and just went knight takes pawn, chat.
Typical
Knight
Duda.
takes pawn, yeah.
Going for the initiative at all costs, right? But very risky to play that way, obviously, because if it doesn't work, you're a piece down.
Yeah, giving up a knight.
Yeah.
And it looks like Black's doing pretty well here. Black's hitting this pawn. Yeah, we won't see a repeat of that, most likely, but why is Wei Yi thinking? Iranian has had this exact position before. This is the current game position. We said Duda played this one with no success. Surely if you play a sharp line like this, I mean, Simon, you mentioned it's really forcing, really direct. Wei Yi's got this far. He's studied the first 13 moves, but surely you look a bit deeper. Especially if your opponent's had it before, you can pretty much predict Iranian is going to go here. He's going to repeat all these moves. Especially if your opponent's won a game, they won't want to change things.
Yep. Yeah, you generally keep playing the same opening until something nasty happens. And as Iranian's got really good record in this, it is surprising that Wei Yi hasn't done his preparation. I mean, you avoid these lines if you don't have something up your sleeve because you can lose as White quite quickly. So I mean, what else can he do? I mean, he's got these problems with his pieces. He is a pawn up, so he should be fine because he can give that pawn back at the right moment. What about moving that knight in the middle? Because that's very loose in a lot of lines. I'm not sure where. Maybe to beef. Yeah, anyway, even his. Back. Yeah, maybe E2 makes sense. Yeah.
To defend your knight, which defends this pawn in the centre.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess at least as well you're stopping this black knight coming out. It's completely dominated by this pawn, first of all, but also the knight wants to use this square, which is controlled by the white queen now. So I guess the rook will come out and white's queen will move. The bishop will drop back. It will be very similar to that last scenario, but yeah, compensation for black lies in his bishop. Very strong.
And his knight's ready to jump out as well here. I mean, great.
Ready to come out.
A bit like yesterday when he crushed Duda. A similar bishop he has there. That dark square bishop is so strong, pointing towards white's king. And that caused horrible problems yesterday. You know,
just looking at Wei Yi's face, I don't think he knows this line.
No.
I think, you know, it's one of those cases that these grandmasters play so many openings and so many lines that he's been surprised. And we see him retreat his knight. Again, I think this is a fine move. I don't think it's necessarily a fighting move, in the sense that it's fighting for the advantage, but it's safe.
Yeah, it's safe. And now Iranian, if he wants to play safe, can, I guess, eliminate this knight. He can take it off the board. He doesn't do this. I was going to say the black queen can take this pawn, or the black bishop can take this pawn. Should be safe-ish for black, but instead, he very quickly, Iranian, moves the rook to attack the white queen.
Keeping up the tempo as he's been doing the whole match, and I think this is one of the games where it's gone very well for him, as in he's got his preparation and he's got a 6-7 minute advantage already, and he's got a position he likes playing. So looking good for Iranian, I'm going to say, but doesn't mean white's in a bad position, just slightly favouring the preparation of black.
Yeah, it's just surprising the contrast of Wei Yi in the previous game. He blitzed everything out. He'd prepared the first 21 moves or so, had an advantage, and suddenly in this variation, which you can easily just put into a computer, if you're sure your opponent will play these moves, put it into a computer, find an idea, and then blitz. But no, Wei Yi's been thinking. It feels like decent opening preparation, but could have been better.
Yeah.
And now, OK, at least the black bishop you mentioned there, you highlighted, Simon, it's been kicked back.
Yeah, and I think this is quite a fighting move that Iranian played, because he could have defended that bishop, moved his last knight, but he's decided to keep the bishop pair but not win the pawn back. And we do have to remember he is a pawn down.
Yeah.
So, pawn is a pawn, and I know they might look like ugly pawns, but later on they could be very strong. So it's a brave decision from Iranian, kind of indicating he wants to play for a win in this game.
Yeah. Do you think Iranian's still in opening preparation, the speed he's been playing? I like this queen move, centralising the white queen.
I wouldn't say yes, because in the last game he moved very quickly and he got a lost position.
Yeah.
So it's like, maybe, but it's really hard to tell with Iranian. They're both playing very logical moves at the moment.
He's certainly feeling very comfortable. After all, Levon, that's a nice space-grabbing move.
I love that move to gain some squares. I mean, really nice move, right?
Definitely, just take more control of squares. And this is the main thing to do. I mean, what I was going to say is that Levon, when I've studied his opening repertoire, he's always been very comfortable sacrificing pawns in order to get the bishop pair. He really does like having the momentum, likes having the attack and the freedom that this bishop pair brings to the board. And there we see Wei Yi has to deal with a bit of a shocker, actually.
Yeah, big surprise there from Neronian. Not just the move itself, which is quite logical, actually, as you guys mentioned, controlling some dark squares on the king side, this last pawn push. But, I mean, Wei Yi, psychologically, he must be thinking, OK, Neronian's playing every single move instantly. He must be in his preparation. Whether Neronian's bluffing or not is kind of irrelevant at this point. Wei Yi must assume that Neronian has studied this before. I mean, otherwise you don't weaken your king as black with this pawn push. OK, Wei Yi reacts very quickly, kicks back the black queen.
That's risky, though, because, I mean, you're opening up the light square bishop and that pawn can be very weak. I mean, it's typical Wei Yi, going for one of the most aggressive moves that you can play, attacking a queen, but pawns can be weak when they move forwards. And, well, it's a couple of choices here, and he's come straight in with an offer of a queen exchange.
Yeah, if the queen's disappeared from the board, black's still a pawn down, but as you mentioned, Simon, this bishop's alive. You can trade off for the knight at some point. When the white knight disappears, then this pawn will drop. I mean, this pawn's guaranteed to drop at some point anyway. It's on a dark square, it's weak. White still needs a few moves. I mean, this bishop's kind of looks nice, but it's pointing at kind of a rock-solid pawn formation, and this knight definitely needs to be improved. So, queen trade objectively looks completely fine for black, despite the fact that he's a pawn down and he has doubled pawns now. It's all about the bishop pair and the weakness of this white e-pawn. I really love this for Iranian, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm starting to agree. That pawn looks very weak in the centre of the board, and if black can win one pawn back, he's got everything he wants. Bishop pair, nice central pawns and everything else, good pieces. I really do like the way Iranian plays, because we've seen other players on tour with the black pieces just trying to keep it, no tactics, shut it down. But Iranian's playing these risky openings, which is giving us more entertainment, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this white e-pawn, I just don't see any way to save it. And when it drops, black's position really comes to life.
Mm. Yeah, I agree with you both. I mean, I think white's pieces are just terrible, and when that pawn drops, black's pawns are just going to get motoring. and that's going to cause problems as well. So critical moment for Wei Yi, and he retreats his bishop, getting ready for any potential bishop takes knight.
I mean, first moves that comes to mind for black, now the white bishop is off this file, is to swing the rook across. You could swing the rook across, try and come in here later. Another move that comes to mind is just moving the black bishop, keeping things simple and trying to gobble up this pawn. Yes, I mean, so many tempting options already.
Yeah, I like the bishop move because you might as well try to win your pawn back, and then you're going to have all the advantages of the two bishops. Well, a little mysterious move there, right? I mean, he really wants to give one of those bishops up with that last move.
I think he wants it all, right? He wants to go bishop takes knight, and then he wants to capture the b pawn, and maybe go for the pawn sitting on the e5 square.
Yeah.
Maximalism at its finest.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
I don't like it at all, but I mean, I just don't see why your rook is better here. I mean, you're never grabbing this pawn now because of a nasty double attack.
Yeah.
I don't know, it just feels like you're not on a good file, and meanwhile, in the current position after this mysterious rook move, okay, the white rook steps forward. At the very least, white's knight is going to come back and protect this pawn anyway. But okay, let's find out if this is justified. We see a capture of the white knight, and which way will white take back? Most likely with the bishop.
With the bishop, right?
Be amazed if he takes with a pawn here.
Make an argument for it, maybe.
Yeah.
Because now at least you're still protecting this guy. You could win this pawn.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's strange stuff that's happening on the board. It does feel like Iranian with this kind of idea of taking this knight. It feels like he's not playing for the advantage as much as he could have done if he kept the bishop pair.
Yeah.
But still, yeah, I would take black.
And simple's good as well. I mean, you mentioned this move that he could have just moved his dark squared bishop. Generally, the rule in chess is if there's a good simple move, just play the simple move. Don't try to overcomplicate it. There's no reason. You only complicate things when you haven't got a good simple move. And I feel that he's still got chances here. I mean, I still prefer black, I think. Pawn takes has occurred. Okay.
Yeah. So he wants to win a pawn simply where he... So black's knight, I'm assuming, will come forward, take the central pawn, level material again. Now Wei Yi wants to... No, he doesn't. He just wants to swap rooks first. Eventually, he will try and take this pawn off the board. The big question is, can black do something in the meantime?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a nasty tactic, right?
Ooh, yeah. Simon, rook takes rook.
Yeah.
And now, because this white bishop is overstretched, guarding this pawn and this pawn, maybe black can play capture here.
Yeah.
With the idea that if the bishop takes, then a knight check. At the very end, black will have 2 extra pawns.
Is he going to play this?
Yeah, will in the...
Yes.
Played it.
Play it
wow.
Very quickly. He plays rook takes pawn, the bishop cannot take. Instead, white takes on f4 and level pawns, but suddenly, only black can be better.
Yeah.
This knight is great. White's got these weak pawns. Also, look at the white knight on the edge of the board. The only danger is opposite colour bishops, so if the knights disappear, the rooks disappear, draw. But a long way to go before that happens.
Yeah, I mean, white's pawns on the king side look disgusting here. Yeah. I mean, if you could just nudge one of them across, white should be fine. But, you know, even the opposite colour bishop ending, it is unpleasant for white to play because the black knight has great squares it can move to as well. Yeah. And he's deciding to keep the rooks on. Makes a lot of sense, trying to come into 7th rank. Yeah. All the play on Iranian side at this moment in time. So
yeah. Black doing great. No risk. 8 minutes up on the clock.
Yeah.
One-way traffic.
Definitely one-way traffic. And whilst... Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything, actually. Just...
I think white's got to go in defensive mode here and try to centralise some of those pieces. Try to hold on now. It's not easy. You know, the knight is on the side of the board. Try to get that back in the game. And, you know, defend. He's got to defend, basically. He can't do anything else. And this is something where I mean, he's not going to enjoy it. I mean, he's got the white pieces as well. Defending a slightly worse position is not his forte.
And it must be so difficult also in game 4. I mean, in the other games, you always have one more game to save the match or to tie the match or to make a comeback in the match. But this is, if I lose this, I lose the match. Such a critical game.
And also, you know, in the previous games, it's always been Levon Neronian who's been defending. And now we see for the first time Wei Yi doing the same. And I suspect that he might not adjust to that kind of change in nature, playing with the white pieces, facing a very confident Levon who's just sitting back in the armchair.
Yeah, I mean, Wei Yi...
Stretching away.
I wonder whether he went back to analyse those last two games, because he would have seen he was completely winning in game 2, completely winning in game 3. Psychologically, that's hard, right? And suddenly you're out-prepared, your opponent prepares far deeper than you in game 4. You're worse with white after only 10 minutes of the game, within the game starting, and yeah, it's depressing situation for Wei Yi right now.
Yeah, and something that's not depressing, though, is your selfies, because we love it when everyone gets together, joins in on the action, and, well, we have a dramatic final round. And Abdul Saeed M. Kamara says that he's learning a lot from watching us, but asks us a question. Would you say consistency and calculation are what separate OK players from grandmasters? And I'm going to put it to our two grandmasters in the studio.
Oof. Yeah. I mean, I'd certainly say calculation is a key thing, probably one of the most important things. If you can calculate, you can often calculate your way out of trouble. And so that is a key thing, definitely. Calculation, always try and improve your calculation. But consistency, David, I mean, that's also important, right? So
maybe consistency as well. I guess in a one-off game, a grandmaster can still have an accident. They could still lose to a lower-rated player for various reasons, a blunder or, just the lower-rated player maybe having great opening preparation, for example. But if you give them a 10-game match or a 100-game match, eventually the consistency of a grandmaster will tell.
Yeah.
So consistency makes sense as well. And on the calculation point, I want to say that, for example, the difference between international masters and grandmasters, I don't think is actually that big. Objectively, international masters still have a great understanding, as Jovanka proves. But especially from when I was young, I found that grandmasters calculated a bit quicker than I did. Or even now, I find that I might be 2650-ish level. I find that 2750 players, they calculate slightly faster than myself. I feel that I see the same as them, just takes me longer. So it's just maybe that speed, that sharpness, that match fitness.
And how can you train that, would you say?
Yeah,
I mean, just tactics.
Is it practice?
Yeah, maybe. And
playing
maybe
chess, playing games? Is that doing puzzles?
I mean, I would say like doing very hard puzzles, chess puzzles. So just trying to find studies, trying to find, get a book of puzzles or an app and just work on them and just try to not cheat is probably a good plan. So, yeah.
That's probably a good idea to not cheat while doing the puzzles.
Well, when I mean cheat, I mean, like, don't look at the answers.
The thing is, though, it's so tempting. You set yourself a time of 15 minutes and then, you don't see, you see something and then you're like, then you go and go, well, that will be the answer. And then you go and check and you're like, I got the first move right.
And the TV's on in the background, something nice comes on and you're like, oh, hang on a minute, that happens to me a bit. So it's like,
but I do think that, as they both say, that you should test yourself. And definitely, chess is hard, but also chess can be a lot of fun. And we have a little pawn move from Wei Yi, just making some space, I guess, for the white king.
Yeah.
But
I mean, if that's the best you can do, it's a bit depressing, though. It's a bit sad. Just pushing a pawn to a square. It can actually be attacked by black's knight at some point later. Yeah, not good for Wei Yi. I mean, right now, black's bishop can come into the game, black's rook can come down to the second rank. So many tempting moves. Levon has 15 minutes against 3.
Wow.
12-minute time advantage.
That's insane.
That's incredible.
Why did he change his shirt halfway through? Because I saw you were chatting about that and it just seemed like it was a normal thing to do, but why? I mean,
unlucky.
Unlucky.
Yeah,
he didn't lose, though, did he? So, but he sort of, I don't know, just wondering,
It could have also gotten colder.
Yeah, I mean, there's jumpers. I mean, I suppose so, But, yeah.
We saw the Hoover in the background. Maybe he was putting a wash on the machine and he was like, maybe I'll just put, this shirt in the washing machine.
Well, where's the Hoover gone? Where's the Hoover gone now?
The vacuum cleaner's gone.
It's on the other side of the painting, I think.
Yeah. If he sort of shifts his chair to the other side, then we'll see the vacuum cleaner, I think.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if we say, so what did you do in the break? He said, I did a bit of hoovering. I just thought I'd clean the house up a little bit.
There's something to be said for having a tidy place. And, OK, white moves the king one step towards the left, and the rook comes to attack the pawns. So, again, a question for Wei Yi to answer. Is he going to retreat the king?
Wei Yi,
does.
you can tell on the camera, he's not enjoying this position. It's not his style at all. Defending. Black's bishop is going to come to the centre now, surely.
Definitely.
The black knight dreams of the f4 square, an outpost in front of those two doubled white pawns. So if you can kick away the white rook or support the f4 square, black knight comes in. There we go.
Yeah.
Black's knight is just going to come in with a check. It's going to be devastating.
It's actually, I mean, this position is not just bad. I think it's really bad, as in, I think white's going to be losing a pawn as well as having problems everywhere else. I mean, you know, when I say everywhere else, including the clock, I think Iranian's probably about 90% to win this game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
probably.
high odds right now for Iranian to win. I mean, what can Wei Yi even do? Is white's bishop really going to drop back to the f1 square? White's h-pawn is almost doomed, so you can try and protect. But, yeah, it's so... I mean, you're never going to save this game anytime soon as long as rooks are on the board.
Could you set a little trap, like, for instance, push the pawn, the f3 pawn forward?
OK. So this little trap is a double attack. It hits the bishop, and it also hits this rook. I guess Levon Neronian, just by process of elimination, his idea is to move the rook down one square, and there's actually a skewer on this fourth rank.
He's played it.
This has happened.
And unfortunately, this is a good response. But OK, can you just go, well, let's give up a pawn and live a little?
We should explain why the bishop cannot be captured right now. If the white pawn takes the bishop, the white rook falls. This is disastrous. But if the white rook captures this bishop, the key is that after knight takes rook, white is actually up on material here, but at the very end, this knight is hanging. This knight, we said it's bad on the edge of the board. It's just going to drop. And Jovanka, you said giving up material. Was this the move you wanted?
Something along those lines. I did think about that move, but well, I didn't actually think about moving it to that square. I thought maybe something else would happen.
The problem is, OK, first of all, this is a check. We can't take the bishop. We have to drop back, I guess. At least now that on the fourth rank, there's some hope of exchanging rooks. If the rooks disappear, maybe then some drawing chances. I'm worried about a situation like this one, just with you in mind, Simon. The black bishop dropping back. We see a trade of rooks, for example. The white king has to retreat. And now, what about this move?
Oof.
Putting the bishop on a square, it dominates the knight. The knight's stable.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I think even these endings without the rooks are probably winning for black. Not actually that hard, because the black knight has some great squares as well. I mean, normally when you get the rooks off opposite coloured bishops, there's great chances, but I can't see it in these endings because white's pieces are so bad.
I mean, if this knight was somewhere decent, then maybe some small chances to draw, but with this knight on the edge of the board, the problem is if you ever come back, we will see a trade, and long-term black also has this pawn. Black has, remember, black's one pawn up now, but this pawn will win the game, outside plus pawn. And in the current position, we have this one. I mean, I think this is just very simple. Dropping the bishop back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the first move that comes to mind. You don't even need to rush.
No.
The only problem is your rook can't really get out, so why not trade in a favourable position?
Maybe just move the... Well, you can improve your position in a number of ways here.
You can move the king in, you can move the king this way.
Yeah.
I suppose then the knight comes back in, but it's...
does drop back.
Yeah.
Really simple.
Nice move, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the key in the current position. Put your bishop, and he plays it, of course, stopping the white knight from coming out. We might see a result any moment, because Wei Yi, do you want to sit here and defend this? It's...
Knight stable.
He's going to have to, though.
Stable.
You know, he's got no other choice.
I mean, you can't really resign this, can you?
No,
I mean,
you have to keep on going. Fight to the end. We've seen some stranger things happen, and...
Great TV show. Stranger Things.
Yeah.
It is. I just watched the final season. Have you seen it?
Oh, not yet.
Not yet. I won't give anything away.
But yeah, stranger things have happened, maybe, but this is completely lost for white. No chance.
Yeah, and it's also pretty grim when it comes to the time situation as well. We have Levon Neronian just under 14 minutes, whilst Wei Yi...
Just look how depressed he is.
1 minute on the clock. Sad news for the Chinese player.
It's kind of been the pattern of this tournament. It's like the youth, the younger players, they've been playing so well, such great attacking chess in some games. look at Wei Yi now. But yeah, somehow the experienced players like Levon Iranian, they've just crept through.
Just at that moment of, you know, where things count, it's like experience tends to tell.
Yeah, exactly. It was the same in the prelims when the young players were kind of pushing, but then at the end, the experienced players like Iranian, Giri, they kind of crept through.
Yeah.
And same with this final. Same in the quarterfinals, actually, several of those quarterfinals. Older players on the back foot, eventually, just holding their nerve better.
I mean, even semi-final against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who is sort of an experienced player now, but still, Levon had that extra gear when he needed to.
He did, yeah. And I think, like, you look at legends like Iranian, and I'm going to say Iranian is a legend. No offence to Wei Yi, he's one of the youngsters. Iranian's proved himself many times before. And someone asked what the difference is, and the difference with these guys, like these legends, is they're such fighters. And, you know, you come to the last game of the day, and they really have that little bit extra, you know. So it's also some competitive element as well, I feel. They're so used to it. And, you know, it happens so often, doesn't it, that they just get there in the end through that determination.
I think there's one final trick in the position that Wei Yi, trap actually, that Wei Yi has set for Iranian. Right now, it looks like black can go and grab a second pawn, knight takes pawn, but when this happens, white's knight will take a pawn. And we've actually seen this trick before in the day's play. Now, the whole idea would be if the white knight is captured, suddenly white does save the draw, hitting the king with a check, and next move, once the king gets out of that check, wins the black knight. But of course Iranian spotted that, and he just jumped out the way with the black king. He sidestepped, so no more checks from the white bishop. Now this pawn's under fire, and it's not going to survive much longer. I must say, I'm slightly surprised Iranian didn't get rid of the knight. That's the only remaining hope. Knights are a bit tricky. I would have just gotten rid of the knight and then walked the king towards the white pawn. Also, this guy looks pretty scary later, running down the board. But, OK, what Iranian's done, also good. Just sidestepping with the king.
And less than 20 seconds now for Wei Yi. Is it hopeless for him?
Well, he has to make a choice. Either he's going to move that knight and give up a second pawn, or is he going to just accept everything? And there we have a check.
Yeah, but where's he going? The black king is going to come out. Is he going this way?
It's only square, isn't it?
Square.
But then the king just steps again, surely.
Look how bad this knight is. It's been on the edge of the board for the whole game, and now it's on another
terrible
edge.
Square.
And still the pawn on h3 is going to drop. I mean, that one is going to get hunted till the very end.
Yeah, if it ever steps forward, at the very least, black can hunt it down with his bishop. Yeah, this game is almost over now, and we will see the sequence happen, I feel, in the current position. I mean, you have to save this pawn.
And Wei Yi looks like he's ready to give up, actually.
Yeah, I mean, he's got tomorrow, we have to remember. I mean, he has to bounce back and win tomorrow to take the tie-break, but I think now there's no hope, is there, at all, really? Not against someone as strong as Iranian. So
kind of devastating, though. Such a good fight from Wei Yi the whole day. And then the final game, and then experienced Levon Iranian. This plays, is this Levon playing some of his best chess when he does what he's doing now?
Yeah, I mean, it's been smooth, and I think that's why he was world number 2 for so long, why he's been in the world's elite, because he's always been well prepared. Ever since he broke onto the scene, his openings have been rock solid with black and some creative ideas with both colours. And normally the game is slow. It's like great opening, followed by energetic middle game, followed by some very strong endgame technique. So it's kind of all phases of the game. Yeah, and he, of course, I mean, that's why he's got such great results. And this game has followed that pattern. The last 2 games didn't really follow that pattern, especially the last one. It was Wei Yi who caught Iranian in the opening, so Iranian wasn't able to get the flow going. OK, this last move, though, from Wei Yi. Trying to see the point, don't really...
Just to get the knight out, I think. And one other thing I wanted to say about Wei Yi is that when he's had these winning positions, he's always been low on time.
Yeah.
So he's not had the time to sit down and figure out everything that could have happened.
Yeah.
But if you look at Iranian, he got his winning position, look, when he has 13 minutes on the clock.
That's incredible.
Plenty of time to sit down and work out when are the critical moments. And another pawn drops, and that is it. Levon Iranian takes the game And the match.
It's over. Wei Yi resigns in the final game in the first match. That means Levon Neronian takes the lead in the big final. If he's able to draw the match tomorrow or win it, he will be the winner of the FTX Road to Miami. And what a win for Levon Neronian. So here is today's FTX exchange.
And for today's FTX exchange of the day, we're going to focus on that last game. And where I feel Iranian already clinched it was quite early on. In this position, we saw great opening preparation from Levon Iranian, but the Black Queen is under fire. The Black Queen is attacked. And rather than maybe a move that keeps more tension, rather than, for example, retreating the Black Queen, also a decent move, Levon looked at the long-term features in the position. Long-term features include Black having the bishop pair, but as we see as well, White's pawn structure is very weak. These pawns, weak long term, but especially this pawn in the center can be a target for Black's dark squared bishop. So if long-term factors are in your favor, exchanging queens is quite a good idea. And this exchange of the queens did favor Black. After the queen trade, we saw in the game that this pawn later fell, the pawn on the b file also fell, and eventually Black's pieces took over. It was especially the Black bishop pair that guarantees Black a good position here. So long-term factors, if they favor you, exchanging the queens, decent idea.
And Levon Neronian winning that final game. And I think we're joined by Levon Neronian. Hey, Levon, congratulations on winning the first match.
Thank you very much.
First of all, this final game, on the clocks, you still had like 12 minutes left. Wei Yi was down to seconds. Such a smooth game. What was your plan in this game 4?
I've analyzed this opening. It's kind of risky for Black because you're pawn down and White has, good pieces. But, I like the bishops. I feel that playing something, risky and having some chances at some point, this is what I want to do.
And it looked really nice. Now, you win the first match. Well, how will you sum up this first match? 3 draws before you won that final game.
I think in the first game, it was more or less going my way. And it was, of course, a pity. I didn't realize that in the end game, I need to exchange the pawns. And, the second and third game were, of course, disasters for me because I was in a lot of trouble. And, the second game, of course, it was basically my doing. I overpushed at some point. But the third game, I was very naive. I thought my opponent wouldn't analyze this stuff before the game, and I was about to pay the price. But all in all, I think I was maybe not playing well, but being resourceful. At least this was a good thing.
Absolutely. Now, you mentioned, you said actually the word disaster game 2 and 3. And we noticed after game 2, you shifted your shirts from the Boston jersey to this very nice shirt that you're wearing now. Is that about luck, or why did you change your shirt?
Well, I think, the organizers told me to change it because it had some logo. So
fair.
That's fair, yeah. We've been sitting here all day. Oh, it must be about luck. He didn't feel it in that jersey, and it was the organizer. Yes. There we go. All right. Well, Levon, match number 2 coming up tomorrow in the lead. What's going to be your plan for that final match?
To stay being resourceful and, continue maybe, do some work on the opening from the White side. Other than that, I think it was pretty smooth.
Absolutely. Now, one more thing we noticed today. We talk a lot about the chess, but we talk about any little small things we can as well. We noticed you have a vacuum cleaner in the back. Are you vacuuming and cleaning in between games?
Yeah, I have to keep things clean, and because I'm constantly eating, because I'm stress eating. So imagine my workplace is full of some food.
And is it still those seeds that you're eating? We've been talking about that as well.
Eating anything. I don't know, but this has always been the case when I play some online chess, because, the mouse and generally this feel makes me really stressed. So I just have to do it somehow. I know it doesn't look good, but it's the way of me coping with the pressure.
Wow, it sounds like a great idea for playing some great online chess, Levon. Doing great here. We wish you best of luck tomorrow as well. Thank you again for some great entertainment today.
Thank you very much, guys.
And thanks for joining us as well, Levon. How interesting. Levon Neronian, he needs to snack up. He's cleaning in between rounds.
Yeah, it's very honest and it's refreshing. It's rare to see a chess player who's got other stuff on their mind during a big tournament. He might be one of the only elite players I know who keeps a clean and nice feng shui environment.
Yeah, he might be. Levon Neronian, what a great player, what a great guy, and what a great day for him. Let's take a look at the results. First day in the final, they played 3 draws, Levon Neronian and Wei Yi, but in game for a dominant win for Iranian. A smooth game wins him the first match. Wei Yi will now have to win tomorrow's match to take it to tiebreaks. If they draw that match or Levon wins it, he will be the winner of the FTX Road to Miami. And Simon, how will you sum up Levon Neronian's play today?
Pretty much what he said. I mean, he got some horrible positions in those 2 games, but he's really resourceful. I think Wei Yi's going to be quite annoyed because he had some good opportunities. He's got to bounce back from that tomorrow, and we've still got a match on our hands.
And that's always fun, right, Jovanka? Must-win situation for Wei Yi tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. He will be there, do or die, fighting till the bitter end, and it makes for great viewing and fantastic chess.
So will it be the young Wei Yi making a comeback, or will it be the great Levon Neronian taking home the victory in the FTX Road to Miami? We will find out tomorrow, so tune in for the final day of the tournament. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.